And we are live. Welcome back to day two of DecentMed Presents Mental Health Matters. I want to thank everyone for coming in day one. We have a great list of speakers today, and I'm waiting for our first speaker, Caroline, to come on. And let's give her some time. And Caroline is here, so let's bring Caroline up to the stage.
Hi everyone, my name is Caroline McQueen. But before I get started, I need to Sam, I need to share my screen.
Okay. Once you
Um,
do that, I'll add it up to the stage as well. So
okay,
you just present, and I'll add it up
okay,
to the stage with you.
okay. So should I say share window or share screen?
Mm, do share screen just in case. Sometimes share window can have problems.
Okay. Um, View slideshow. Okay. Am I live? Can everyone see me? I'm gonna take that as a yes. So hi everyone, I'm Caroline McQueen. I am the owner and founder of CDM Health and Wellness. So before I get started on my presentation, I'm a newer provider with DecentMed. Thank you, Samuel, for this opportunity. This is my first ever wellness summit and my first presentation I've ever given as a provider. So I'm an integrative health and wellness coach. I have a bachelor's degree from the University of Kansas in community health and a master's degree in integrative health and wellness from Creighton University. I graduated 3 years ago in 2023. I've been a health coach for 4 years, and I started my practice at the beginning of 2025. So CDM Health and Wellness is a virtual health coaching practice. I'm based in Olathe, Kansas. And as a health coach, I guide others and provide accountability to make improvements with their nutrition, their physical activity, sleep and stress management, and reverse the use of tobacco and alcohol as it applies to their lifestyle. One of the conditions I'm most passionate about that has affected my family throughout my entire life is diabetes. So I especially like working with those who have been diagnosed with diabetes or who are looking to overcome um, and make a positive impact in their life, improve health, their health for the better. So learning outcomes, I hope you get from this presentation what mental health is and its importance, what physical health is and its importance, how are they interconnected with each other, how poor mental health can hurt our physical health, how in return poor physical health can affect our mental health, and how the aspects of physical health can improve our mental health, such as our nutrition, our physical activity, our sleep and stress management, and just some tips on improving our overall lifestyle. So, to get started, what is mental health and why is it important? So, according to the Cleveland Clinic, mental health is what forms our emotions, our thoughts, and our actions. It helps us create relationships with our family and friends, helps manage our stress, feel like we have a special meaning and purpose, problem solve, express our feelings, and find our strengths within ourselves. Um, it also impacts how we treat others, how we talk to our family members, how we talk to our friends, our coworkers. And why is it's important? Because It's how we take care of our mind, just as it is our entire body. So not taking care of ourselves can lead to anxiety, depression, and illness, which is where our physical health comes in the conversation. So what is our physical health? What is our physical health? So according to Better Me, our physical health is one of the 5 dimensions that is related to our mental, our social, and spiritual health. It's also a multi-dimensional concept that aligns with our structural, or functional, and physiological health. So how does it relate to our social, our mental, and spiritual health? Well, it's a holistic part of our overall well-being. Our physical health is nutrition, it's our exercise, it's our sleep, our hygiene, how we take care of ourselves. It's protecting ourselves from injury. So our mental and emotional health is our mindfulness, how we think, how we act, our self-awareness, what's around us, and our spiritual is reflecting and feeling like we have a purpose in life. So how does it relate to our structural, our functional, and physiological health? Well, our structural health is what makes up our body, our bones, our organs, how we breathe, and our muscles, how we move our arms and our legs. Our functional health is how we breathe, how we eat, and how we move. And our physiological health is finding balance through our hormones, and we're taking care of our immune system by staying healthy. So why is our physical health so important? It's so important for many other reasons other than just eating right and moving our bodies. It supports our better immune function. When we nourish our bodies the right way, we move our bodies, and we get enough sleep, we are less likely to get sick and recover from illness at a quicker rate. It prevents chronic illness and disease. It can lower our risk of heart disease, diabetes, and certain cancers that affect millions every day. It improves our cognitive health. Our physical health can improve our memory, it can improve our attention, and it can improve our ability to problem solve. It also enhances our physical performance. It can help us perform better in everyday activities and our surroundings, such as our work environment, our family environment, and live a more fulfilling lifestyle. So the next thing I want to talk about is how mental health and our physical health are interconnected with each other. So Very Well states that both our physical health and our mental health are connected through the nervous system, our immune system, our endocrine system, and the gut-brain axis. Our brain and our bodies regulate our movement, our sensations through the nervous system, and it produces our hormones, how we feel, which affects our moods and the way we act, and it affects our physical function through the endocrine system. And if our brain and gut don't communicate well, we are more likely to not have an appetite, and we're more likely to treat others the wrong way, which can affect how we eat and think, causing the immune system to be affected through illness and stress. So how can our mental health and our physical health impact one another? Well, both our mental health and physical health are interconnected. If we don't take care of our bodies and our minds, they can have a large impact on one another. For example, in our physical health, our research shows that if we don't eat the right foods, if we don't move our bodies enough, if we don't get sleep and manage our stress, it can not only affect our reproductive hormones, but our metabolic hormones as well. So, for example, when women have decreased estrogen levels, it can affect their dopamine, which can affect their motivation to move, in addition to serotonin, which can affect how we feel emotionally. And metabolically, if we have high levels of insulin and cortisol and leptin, it can lead to the diagnosis of diabetes, hypertension, and neurodevelopmental disorders if our stress isn't managed properly. In our mental health, not having a healthy mind can affect how fast we age. So, for example, a person with schizophrenia might have a shorter lifespan by 15 to 20 years. Mental illness can be linked to not having a proper dietary pattern, a lack of exercise, substance use, poor sleeping habits, and higher stress levels can lead to the diagnosis of high blood pressure, diabetes, heart disease, having a stroke, and cancer. But many times, our mental health and physical health aren't impacted by what we eat or by how much we move, but by our genes and our families. And I hope I'm not stepping on anyone else's toes, but our family history can also have an effect on our mental health and our physical health. So, according to the Centers for Disease Control, our family history is one of the largest risk factors for developing chronic and mental illness during our lifetime. Chronic conditions such as diabetes, cancer, multiple sclerosis, and cystic fibrosis can be linked to genetic mutations, transmissions in our families. So even mental health disorders such as anxiety, depression, and even Alzheimer's have a genetic link. So for example, my family has a large history with diabetes, Alzheimer's, and cancer. When I was 8 years old, my mom was diagnosed with breast cancer. 10 years ago, I lost my dad to a rare form of liver and kidney cancer. He was gone within 8 months. He never smoked a day in his life. And from the time I was 2, I've been losing aunts and uncles and grandparents to Alzheimer's and cancer. So sometimes what we eat and how we move, it doesn't affect our physical health, but our family history as well. So how can our mental health and physical health have an impact on one another? And how can we improve each part of our physical health? Well, for a start, we can eat better. We can move our bodies. We can start restoring our energy a little bit better at night and manage our stress a little bit better. So the first part is our nutrition has a huge impact on our mental health. Research shows that what we eat not only impacts our physical health, but also how we act and feel through our mood and emotions, and have an impact on our overall well-being. The American Psychological Association, so according to the American Psychological Association, reducing the amount of ultra-processed foods and eating more fruits and vegetables can improve our mental health outcomes as adults and also help young children live a healthier lifestyle at a young age. There's a saying, we are what we eat. So many foods that support overall health also support brain health. Our diets that include fruits and vegetables, healthy fats, and have minimal processed foods not only reduce the likelihood of depression and psychological stress and improve our overall well-being. There's also the saying, never start your day without eating breakfast. It's like starting your car without gas. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. There's also vitamins and minerals found in whole foods support the brain through the nervous system. It supports our gut health through the endocrine system. So how does our physical activity have an impact on our mental health? For starters, it's an alternative treatment for depression and anxiety. It enhances our mood, our motivation, and our sense of reward through the increase in production of dopamine and serotonin. So, according to Karina Thedini, exercise is more beneficial than an antidepressant because it helps us feel better naturally without the side effects of medication. It also has cognitive benefits. It helps us form new connections with our brain through learning and memorizing new exercises through a certain type of physical activity. As we age, our learning capacity declines, which increases our chances for Alzheimer's disease. Being active helps our brains be more responsive to learning new things. Other benefits it may have: social connections, making new friends, improvement of self-esteem and confidence, stress reduction, and resilience. So how can sleep have an impact on our mental health? The amount of hours we sleep at night is just as important as eating a nutritious meal and exercising our bodies. Our sleep hygiene is important for our sleep quality and our mental health. It's one of the most important things we can do for our brains. As we go through the rapid eye movement cycle of our sleep, it can help improve our memory, our thinking, and how we learn. While we dream, our brain collects thoughts and memories that may have occurred throughout the day or maybe even the week. And so, without sufficient sleep, it can affect us mentally and emotionally. So Rachel Tompa from Stanford Medicine claims that more than 1 in 3 adults in the United States and 8 out of 10 teenagers have sleep apnea or insomnia, which can lead to the diagnosis of anxiety and depression. There's also the saying, did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed? When we don't get enough sleep, it can affect the way we think, our mood, our emotions, and the way we react to others. Our stress management and its impact on mental health. So everyone has stress in their life, our friends, our family, our coworkers. It could be anything. It could be how much money we have in the bank, a relationship we're having problems with, a loss of a job. Research has shown that stress can affect us in many ways. So according to Janelle Cox, stress can affect us cognitively, emotionally, physically, and how we behave towards one another. So cognitively, we can't make decisions, we can't concentrate. It affects our memory. Emotionally, we're irritable, we're moody towards others, we're anxious, we're sad, we're depressed, we have low self-esteem and confidence towards doing a certain activity. Physically, we have headaches, we have muscle pain, changes in our skin, low energy, and fatigue. And behaviorally, we don't eat right, we're sad. We may turn to substance use, maybe alcohol or smoking, and we don't want to socialize with our friends. But engaging in stress management techniques can change the way our bodies and our brains respond to the things that cause stress in our lives. So now that we know how our physical health is impacted, how can we improve? We can eat healthier, we can exercise more, we can get the right amount of sleep, we can manage our stress through different techniques. So how can we improve our nutrition? So according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, everyone's nutritional needs are based on their age, their weight, their height, their sex, and level of activity. A few friendly tips. So eat the right amount. Portion size matters, especially with foods in higher calories. Foods that are more nutritious, we can have maybe a little bit bigger portions. It's also important to stay hydrated. Drink 8 glasses of water a day. I would also say limit unsweetened and sweetened beverages. Eat enough protein with every meal. Eggs, chicken, seafood, beef, plant-based protein like beans, nuts, and seeds. Eat fruits and vegetables, nutrient-dense fruits and vegetables in their original form. Eat healthy fats. Use olive oil, avocado oil, while cooking instead of butter. Focus on eating whole grains. Limit processed foods and alcoholic beverages. Pick a dietary pattern that's right for you. Like I said, I recommend the Mediterranean, the Dash, My Plate, and the Mind Diet, to name a few. So how can we improve our physical activity? The Centers for Disease Control recommends getting between 75 to 150 minutes of exercise per week, the maximum between 150 to 300 minutes. Start out a little at a time. Exercising a small amount a few days a week and increasing as time goes on can slowly motivate a person to make a change and move. Find an activity that moves you. Exploring different activities like swimming, dancing, Pilates can increase a person's motivation and confidence to move. Schedule. Find a time during the day that works best for you. Scheduling a workout around the rest of your day can help a person develop accountability and commitment towards themselves. And track your progress. Find a device like a smartwatch or journaling that helps an individual recognize their personal growth and build self-esteem and confidence. How can we improve our stress? Research shows that how we manage our stress can have an impact on how we eat cognitively, emotionally, physically, and behave towards others. According to Janelle Cox, we can manage our stress through exercising. 20 minutes a day can lower stress hormones. Relaxing. Deep breathing and muscle relaxation can help release the tension from stress in our bodies. Prioritizing. Setting time for ourselves. Addressing tasks that have to get done and leaving others for another time can help reduce our stress. Connecting with others. Socializing with friends and becoming a part of our social community that supports a person's needs can help reduce a person's stress. Connecting with a therapist. Connecting with a health professional can also help relieve symptoms of stress. I know a therapist in Kansas City. She's a friend of mine from my workout center, and it's like talking to an old friend in an hour. How can we improve our sleep? So research shows that why many people have trouble sleeping at night is because of their sleep hygiene. So according to Eric Sooney from the Sleep Doctor, we can improve our sleep habits by following these tips. We can have a routine bedtime. We could engage in relaxation techniques. We can avoid alcohol and caffeinated drinks before bed. We can avoid electronic devices before bed. Engage in regular exercise. Adjust our comfort level with our mattress and pillows. Block out any noise or light that are disruptive. And over time, this can improve our sleeping habits and our mental health and our physical health. So some tips from me as a health coach. So find a dietary pattern that best suits your needs. For example, I would recommend the Mind Diet for someone who is battling Alzheimer's, the Dash Diet for a person who has high blood pressure, and the Mediterranean diet for a client who might be battling diabetes. Find a physical activity that you love and motivates you. For me, that's my jazzercise routine. My fitness community is more like a family than a gym. Some of the girls I work out with, I've known for 15 years. And when you're part of a small community, it's more like a social event than going to go work out because you enjoy it so much. So a little bit about me and how my physical health has had a positive impact on me. So Sam kind of elaborated yesterday that I'm a stroke survivor. and I believe that everyone has their own health and wellness journey in their life. So, prenatally, I suffered a stroke, and I have a mild form of cerebral palsy on my right side. I've never been able to use my right arm, and I walk with a noticeable limp. They told my parents I'd never walk. I learned to walk when I was 2. I wore a brace from the time I was 2 till that I was about 8 years old. And my dad always used to say to me, never say can't, because can't will never do anything. And one of my favorite quotes from yesterday was having a full glass. My mobility is my full glass. My nutrition and my physical activity are a huge part of my everyday life. I'm living the life no one ever predicted. I've been married for 9 years, and my husband and I have a 16-and-a-half-year-old daughter who I'm just absolutely crazy about. So, here's my information. I have Instagram, I have Facebook, my website, and my email. And feel free to reach out to me. So, if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask.
Yeah. My question is how or what did you learn from yesterday and how can you apply it to your practice?
Um, that's a good question. I learned a lot about different techniques yesterday, such as I'm probably gonna batter the I forget the name of it. Uh, it was the type of yoga um, uh, method.
Oh, Scarlet, 9
Yes,
9D.
yes. And I was thinking about the whole time I was thinking about my mom because she recently had an ankle replacement, and I think that would be such a great exercise to refer to a client who's had like a limb replacement or who is looking for a lower impact routine,
Mhm.
but still wants to be physically active and make a positive change in their life.
I love that.
Yes.
And thank you so much for speaking today, Caroline. And what you said was very impactful. And I love how you mentioned that it's all about the full glass and you looking at the full glass. And now you've always been a warrior. You said that you weren't going to walk and you were able to walk. You have a child. You've been married for 6 years. I mean, you really are a warrior. So you really showcase more than just talk.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. So, as we move on to our next presenter is an online. It's one of our advertisers, and today's going to be a little different. A lot of our speakers today will be our advertisers. This advertiser is Solve Your Out of Control Eating. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. We had some technical difficulties. So you guys can't hear this at all. So you can't hear this. So can you hear this or no? No. Okay. Okay. That's why I don't like doing recordings. All right. Um, our next speaker is coming on soon at the top of the hour. Okay, that's no good. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, for the technical difficulties. I thought that I could hear it. Hmm. All right. Yeah. So basically, full transparency. Essentially, what happened is one of our speakers dropped off. But what we're going to do, because Dr. Tess was supposed to speak at this time, we're going to just have Dr. Tess come on and we're going to give her more time because our 1 o'clock couldn't make it. So Dr. Tess will have until 1:30 to speak. So
Okay.
that's what we'll do, Dr. Tess.
All right. Well, I'm never at a loss. I'm never at a loss for speaking. So I will do my magic because it is magic anytime I'm trying to manage technical things on a computer. So we'll do our best. Hi, I'm Dr. Teresa Volner. My brother couldn't say Teresa when I was born, so that's where I got Tess. So he called me Tessie for many years. But I am a doctor of chiropractic, and interesting enough, mental health and trauma in childhood left me unable to finish school. Now, how do I become a doctor? GED program. Thank you. But you have to keep yourself moving forward. And this is a mental health summit. And we're going to talk about how mental health and physical health, all of that goes together. And so, my short story is childhood traumas made me run away from home at a very early age. I didn't even go to high school. And so, those traumas, to overcome them, took a lot. And we all are growing at different rates and from different levels. So if you had a intact family, both a mom and a dad or two parents, and you had grandparents and you had aunts and uncles and you had brothers and sisters and you had a support system, you were way ahead of most Americans in your mental and emotional health. Even if it was chaos, it was balanced and you had some support. You didn't have to worry about going hungry, having a roof over your head, or clothes, or new shoes to wear. And so all of us are kind of coming at mental and emotional health from a different level. So I left home before I was in ninth grade. I finished eighth grade, did not go into ninth grade. I was around 14 years old on my own with one other person, and we hitchhiked across the country and experienced crazy things, got day jobs, ate soup out of a can cold, wild stuff. But I'm here today to tell you that it is overcomable and survivable, and you can succeed to the level of, now I'm a doctor of chiropractic and natural medicine. I've been doing this 20 years, helping people to overcome the roadblocks to their health and pain for many years, very successfully. And today we're going to talk about how the physiology of emotional eating is involved, but also the physiology of pain and what we develop as processes to eat the emotional eating patterns. Because even still yet today, when I am super stressed, chocolate, I want mac and cheese, and I'm dairy intolerant. So I have learned how to avoid these things with some substitutes that have helped me without bloating my gut and making me gain weight. And when I stay uninflamed, I can stay more balanced, clearer thinking, and my stress levels are very low. When you meet me in person, you probably have noticed I'm just kind of laid back, and even my speech patterns are very relaxed because God has brought me this far and has healed so many parts, and He can heal you too. So let's take a look at the presentation. I am going to share screen. I'm doing it. Here's the thing, share. There we go. Emotional stress, eating, going from blame to biology. And I'll tell you, some of the things that we learn in chiropractic and what I've seen in chiropractic care too, has helped people to move forward in their health, because research shows adjusting that occiput to C1, this little range through here, so all that tension you have in your neck, if you can even gently have someone work to release the pressure in your neck, allow blood flow to your brain, allow the blood to get to your decision-making parts of your brain, you make better decisions. And so the side effects of that, you become a more logical, responsive person. And so some of the things that we're dealing with physically affect our emotional stress. And so we're going to not dwell on the shame, because how we have been diagnosed with either chronic diseases or emotional and mental and all of that challenges, that we feel shame. We feel like we're in a state of punishment because we have to change what we've been doing. But some of the reality is, it's not your fault that you didn't know how your body needed to be fed and taken care of along the way. Because even in your DNA, we have mislabeled emotional eating and in its understanding, and just haven't dealt with the physical side. And so we do DNA testing and oxidative stress testing here in our office, and that addresses so many deficits that we can deal with the physical challenges, and then it changes the emotional challenges. So emotional eating is widely misunderstood, and it's often framed as a weakness in your personality and your personal choices, or a lack of discipline. And it leads to the same avoidance and poor outcomes. When we feel shame, we tend to hide and cocoon. We do not move forward in our health. And so we don't get care. And some of the things that we have learned is epigenetics and the DNA. There's a bridge between nutrition and health that we can just see what has been triggered and address it. But a good 50% of people, due to the shame of emotional eating and our emotional patterns, because even today, I tell you, when I get overly stressed, I want to grab that thing. And I don't have to anymore because I can not logically go, oh, did I take care of me? Did I get enough rest? Did I take some personal time? Why am I wanting to lean on my old foods to solve this problem that I'm experiencing, to get my serotonin to lift? And so we address things, we look at the epigenetics of it, but we address things physically and we remove the shame. Emotional eating is a stress response triggered by the stress, not by hunger. And so the body seeks rapid relief, and our immediate, and the younger we are, the more immediate this is, because, don't move as fast as I used to. And I've learned that I don't want to deal with the side effects of some of the comfort foods that damage my body. And so emotional eating is that stress response, and that stress in our body. The food becomes the coping mechanism, but it's the stress in the body and the chemicals it releases that triggers the brain. And one of the chemicals that is highest in its release, and the more chronic your stress, the higher that cortisol level stays. And if you find that you don't sleep very deeply, that your ability to wake up with any noise through the night, or you wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, cortisol could be one of the things that's very high in your body. It doesn't allow you to get a deep, rich sleep, and so you don't feel rested in the morning. There's a spot in the brain called the hypothalamus, pituitary, and then the adrenal glands are sitting on your kidneys. And so all of these pieces in your brain triggers the adrenal glands to release extra amounts of cortisol, because cortisol is a hormone that wakes you up in the morning. So when people get a good rest and cortisol rises in the morning, then it helps you to wake up and be like, especially morning people. Some of us are a little slower at getting that cortisol to rise in the morning, especially if you're hypothyroid. And so that cortisol releases and wakes you up in the morning. But if it's riding high all the time, you're not getting enough sleep, which also doubles the challenge for that craving, because the cravings for sugar and fat increase when that cortisol level stays high. And then there's the pathway for satisfaction. And so dopamine is a reward pathway. Once you satisfy the cortisol need, then with fat and sugar, that dopamine increases, and that emotional eating is activating that dopamine, creating that relief, and that reinforces a behavioral loop. This behavioral loop is also seen in addictions. And so when this becomes a chronic issue, it becomes more of an addiction, and we'll have to break the physical responses by also dealing with addictive behaviors. Prefrontal cortex, this is up here. It helps you to make and filter decisions. And we usually run our decisions through this filter to say, oh, are we allowed to say that word in front of the pastor or our parent? We usually try to change our behaviors based on that prefrontal cortex in the brain, trying to filter out the things and create more socially acceptable behaviors. And so stress reduces this executive function, and it shunts all the blood back to the back of the brain, which is where impulse happens. And so, and especially if you do a lot of caffeine, if you haven't gotten enough sleep and the stress has been chronic, then you're leaning into sugar and caffeine, as well as if you put cream in that coffee or caffeine, that's the fat portion. And that impulse control decreases. And then your decision making becomes reactive rather than filtered through those socially acceptable things. And socially acceptable doesn't necessarily mean what other people are thinking, but even what your own personal goals in your heart might be. And so then you create a response when you feel like you're failing, you feel like you're in shame. And that kind of creates this cycle that keeps repeating and repeating. So coffee, I just want to jump into this real briefly for caffeine. The dose response benefits from caffeine. If you just need a little bit of coffee, a couple of sips for enhancing brain activity, caffeine does sharpen mental alertness, but in small amounts. But if you have high doses, it leads to overstimulation, anxiety, and also shunts the blood from this decision-making prefrontal cortex of your brain back again to the survival parts of your brain. And it impairs that cognitive flexibility and your ability to lean into the goals you have for yourself. You have goals for yourself. You want to lose a few pounds. You want to sleep better. You want to eat better. You want to be able to be clear thinking for studying for school or getting that promotion at work or even dealing with aging parents. So we're all functioning in our lifespan in different seasons, and we want to operate in our best capabilities. And over caffeination will reduce that capability. So chronic stress rewires the brain. There's a heightened sensitivity. And if I could draw you a highway, so if you think about how this rewires the brain, one thing that we do may make a little path. If you imagine a little forest path, a few animals have made this path so the grass isn't growing on it and it gets walked down. But the more you walk on this path, and in the case of our forefathers going across the country in wagon trains, those wagons were going through there so often that it made deep enough ruts that we still see them today, even in areas where we have not covered it with pavement. And so in the Kansas City area, we have the Santa Fe Trail, and actually the California Trail, Santa Fe Trail, and the Oregon Trail all meet or crossed right there in Independence, Missouri. So very close in this area to see where we have paved roads over these trails now, and they have become permanent fixtures. And so that's what happens in the brain. One time you do something, like when you first tried a cigarette, just made this tiny trail. And if you're like, gross, I don't want to do that anymore, then it doesn't create a highway. But the more we do this, we rewire the brain to create these super highways. And that's why my mother smoked chronically for 50 years. She was stuck with that. She had stuck with her in her super highway. She quit 5 times and went back to it. And thankfully, she doesn't smoke now, so she's still with us. But it gives heightened sensitivity to those food cues as solutions, stronger reward responses as you repeat them, and reduced satisfaction signaling. And that's what satiety is. Once we eat something, we're satisfied if it was for hunger. But when it's for emotional reasons, then we just want to keep reaching for that satisfaction over and over again. And so that just messes with our personal goals, right? And it messes with our personal belief in ourself and our self-shaming. So we're introducing epigenetics. And epigenetics is on your genes. So your DNA is your DNA no matter what. So when we do DNA testing, it's really fun to see who you are from the inside, your clinically relevant SNPs. But epigenetics is like a light switch, or if you're thinking about pages in a book, right? And if we put a bookmark on that page, that's the epigenetics. We can mark the book pages that are most important to us, or turn on and off the light switches that are the gene expression. So just because we have a gene, like I have a cancer gene, it was expressed when I was 23, but I have yet to re-express it, and I'm 60 this year. And so once I didn't even know my genes at the time. So thankfully, now that I've done genetic testing, I'm like, no wonder that was a problem. So it's influenced by stress and trauma and nutrition. And so each year I do even a cancer nutrition boost specifically to help reduce that return. And it's reversible and modifiable. So now I have been 40 years almost without a repeat in cancer. It's wonderful to see how we can influence the expression of our genes and emotional eating. So stress alters gene expression. It can turn on the genetics, those epigenetic switches, and it affects your appetite and your mood and your reward system. And it creates biological predispositions. And so that's why it's not your fault. If you have key genes that are either diminished in their function, your body is not making enough of dopamine and serotonin, you have not had a lifestyle that triggers good satisfaction, because things like taking a walk, breathing the air after a fresh rain, things like that give us reward sensitivity and boost our serotonin. Healthy food boosts serotonin better than unhealthy food, even though both will change your mood. The extra sugar that's normally craved, sugars and fats, when you have this stress response, that extra cortisol level tends to make our moods worse, because our blood sugar spikes and drops and requires us to re-inoculate ourselves in order to prevent staying at that lower depressed level. And then we look at genes involved in your HPA axis. Again, that's the hypothalamus pituitary brain-wise and your adrenal glands over your kidneys. And that stress response, how it's affecting the appetite hormones as well. And leptin and ghrelin both help you to be satisfied. That's leptin responses, and ghrelin tells you when you're hungry. And they get shut down when the stress responses are not operating normally. Whew, we'll get that out. Why this matters for diabetes, and that's one of my specialties, is helping you to bring that in. We see this a lot in diabetes and young traumas that have not been dealt with, because emotional eating worsens with insulin resistance. Once we've been in a pattern, we trigger blood sugar dysregulation and insulin resistance. And that blood sugar, whether it's spikes, and I have been hypoglycemic in my whole life, which means my blood sugar drops drastically. And later in life, it'll express itself as diabetic if I'm not doing my thing, which it almost was starting to a few years ago. And I had to come up with good solutions for myself and my genetics to challenge emotional eating patterns and how insulin resistance was developing in myself. And then we stress in diabetes, stress elevates glucose because even if you eat nothing, one of my clients went to an event where she had not seen her ex partner for 11 years. She did not eat anything that day more than 3 bites of a sweet potato. Her blood sugar elevated to 250. 250 is high. Normal blood sugar stays between 70 and 140. And so just the stress of the event, worrying about seeing this person who there was a lot, it was a horrible divorce, just so you know, a lot of stress, a lot of history, a lot of trauma related. And so her blood sugar shot up to 250. She couldn't believe it. And then shame. We keep thinking that we're failing. The general medical profession just tells you to stop eating, and shame in that environment prevents seeking the right kind of help. And so 50% of the population that needs help drops off and doesn't get any help. So personalized epigenetic insights, if we can identify the stress-sensitive genotypes, the dopamine, serotonin variants, and tailor your nutrition to your gene expression, we can actually turn off the genes in those epigenetic switches that create the problem. Let's say that again. We can turn off the switches that create that I am hungry all the time. I never feel satisfied. I don't know how anyone could lose weight. No one's like me. I'm the only one experiencing this. My doctor just says to stop eating, but I don't eat for 3 days. And I'm still 400 pounds and I just feel so much shame. If we can identify those genotypes, tailor the nutrition to that gene expression, you can change and reverse that pattern. You can reduce that stress regulation problem and practice things that are especially for your body. High fiber, nutrient dense nutrition, sleep optimization, and identity based coaching. Those reverse your stress responses. And if we can lower cortisol in your body, help your body to burn your calories efficiently, and just change your gene expression, you have now a new narrative. The emotional eating is not a moral failure. It is a biological stress response, and biology can be changed. I'm going to say that again. Biology can be changed. I've seen it, I've lived it, and yes, you shift from blame to biology. If we address the biology, we shift from shame to science. We shift from blame to biology. We shift from fear to empowerment. You don't have to worry about getting the proper help. We will know what your body has needed all along and how your body is expressing itself in its reaction to your environment and habits. And we can shift with one step at a time. One step at a time. Just to express stress eating versus normal hunger. Normal hunger is gradually increasing over time. It's a physical need. Usually every 5 hours, your body is saying, I need a little more fuel. And it searches for fuel foods. When you can take a drink of water and feel content if you're thirsty, because sometimes you get a hunger signal when you're thirsty. Or you can eat an apple or a salad or a potato or a little piece of steak or chicken and you feel satisfied. You have fueled your body and it is content. Then it also gives you that sense of contentment and you don't feel the need to continue. Unless you're eating at grandma's and the food is so delicious, your taste buds might just say, I'm switching to the emotional side of loving grandma's food. I want one more little bit more on seconds. Can I have seconds? You can see where that triggers a tiny bit of an emotional response, but it's a different emotional response. It's that comfort of feeling home. But stress eating as a problematic is that you are never content. It's usually post-stress or trauma triggered, whether you've just had a fight with your mother-in-law or your sibling, or you've had a bad day at work and you just have to have an alcoholic beverage or some chocolate, and you just can't stop eating until the stress response reduces. It's not physical hunger. It's an immediate urge and impulse to eat. And it's usually related to comfort foods. Now, if your comfort foods are carrots and broccoli, you probably don't have as big of a health problem, but it's typically packaged, processed, high caloric, high fat, high sugar foods. A donut, a macaroni and cheese, a pizza. Popcorn, fascinating enough, has high fat unless you have, and sugar, because where do we get high fructose corn syrup? It's usually from corn. So if you can't stop eating a normal serving of popcorn, it could be related. Normal stress versus chronic stress. We all have stresses in our life. There's the short term. I've got a project to finish. I've got a book to finish. I've got a project at work. I've got deadlines. Accounting people know this. Every 30 days, they have a deadline to finish the books for their employer. But it builds resilience. You meet a deadline, and then the deadline passes, and you are mobilizing everything effectively. You achieve an outcome, and it stimulates growth. It doesn't stimulate overeating. You feel successful. You do not feel shame. You do not feel like you have missed the mark. It is a short-term stress. You've planned a wedding. You have achieved a wedding. You have planned a vacation. You have achieved a vacation. And they're short-term stressors. You have planned to get your tests finished for your PE exam or your final exam for your college attendance through high school. I mean, we have stress from birth, right? But chronic stress that triggers epigenetic changes in your cortisol and your brain responses to cortisol. It's overwhelming. It lacks resolution. Pardon me. It never alleviates, and it degrades cellular health. It impairs systemic function because your epigenetic switches then become triggered, and then you face blood pressure challenges. You face sleep impairment. You have challenges with blood sugar and dysregulation of your brain cortisol axis, your HPA axis, and it depletes your reserves, depletes your energy, depletes your storages. Healthy stress relievers. Here are some alternatives to help you deal with stress eating, to change your pathway in your brain about how you're choosing to deal with stress. First, which I didn't put on here, is drink a glass of water. Sometimes taking deep breaths and getting more oxygen in your body is enough. And water made from H2O, oxygen, is our best source of oxygen for our body, even more than breathing. There's more oxygen in the water you drink. So taking a huge glass of water sometimes is enough to curb the direction that you're headed when you have had emotional stress. But here are some others. Taking a walk in the woods. The air that is filtered by plants is higher in oxygen and antioxidants. Eat real food and avoid the junk food choices whenever you have that stress response. On my way home after a particularly stressful day at work, I wanted, for some reason, my brain said, Oreos. I want some Oreo cookies. And I thought for a moment, knowing that it was late, I had not had dinner yet. And I said, I am driving past that grocery store because I don't carry Oreos at home, because Oreos have sugar and fat. It's a cortisol response. And yes, I was knowledgeable enough to make that decision. But that's what I wanted. I went home. I had a piece of chicken, a little bit of vegetables, drank some water, rested for a moment, and my craving for Oreos passed. And so if we have just enough impulse control to move in a new pathway, to create a new brain highway, we can reduce that stress response and break it. Exercise and movement, taking that walk in the woods, taking a walk around the block. You can train your brain for new habits. Also, there is trauma healing techniques, and we practice EFT here in our office to help the emotional responses related to pain. And emotional pain can create physical pain. And so trauma healing, seeing a professional, because EMDR is through trained professionals in psychological care, whether it's a counselor or a psychologist, psychiatrist. So trauma healing is important. If you know you've had traumas and they repeat those stress patterns, work on that. And then test. Advanced DNA testing and other tests that help you to figure out what your body has needed all along, how it's responding to its environment the last 3 months, which is the advanced DNA test combo, and other tests. Know what your blood pressure, your blood sugar, know those tests. See a doctor every few years to just get the tests done, and know how your health is going. Be aware. Awareness, knowledge is power for us. If we know what we're shooting for, we can hit the target. If we don't know what we are shooting for, then we can constantly are in the shame cycle, avoiding shame avoidance of care that we need. Any other questions? What would you like to know? Have you felt hopeless about your stress and eating? Would you like contact information? Click on a link. Okay, we've got more information here for you. If you want to speak with me directly, talk to drtest.com. It's a free call. If you have questions about what you're hearing and you want to know more, you can go to the website, totalcarehealthsolutions.com or totalcarechiro.com. If you're in the Kansas City area, we can treat you directly here in the office. But I also do Zoom calls. And I am finishing a book. about reversing diabetes, and it contains those components to emotional health response, to also help your blood sugar response. So components to reversing diabetes is coming soon. That'll be fun. I'm going to stop sharing the screen. I think that is what I just did. And say,
Dr. Tess, we have a question from the audience. What correlation have you seen between depression and physical health?
oh my goodness. So which comes first? Physical health challenges, which happens with chronic disease and cancer. We have a lot of cancer patients that come through this office. So from the point of view that stress response and depression comes first because of chronic disease, wow. Usually that it's an emotional belief system that we have to deal with, because chronic disease occurred maybe because of physical health prior to that before. But physical health definitely adds to depression. So when we talk about that cortisol response, that where your body is on all the time, we're looking at how does that affect your habits to alleviate depression? And how does that affect serotonin levels? So one of the things we do know about serotonin or depression is serotonin is made mostly in your intestines. So what you put in your intestines creates ingredients and triggers a certain amount of serotonin response. That's why we have that contentment after we eat as well. And so if 80% or more of your serotonin is made in your gut, having intestinal health, physical health, the ability to digest your food and absorb it is very significant. Now, if you have fallen and your back hurts, and between your shoulder blades, actually between your shoulder blades, about this level, all the way down to about your belly button in your spine, those are all nerves related to your digestion, absorption, and elimination of toxins. So absorbing your nutrition and eliminating toxins all occur within that realm. And when we're under chronic stress, we tend to be really tight between our shoulder blades, right at the level of the stomach, liver, and small intestines, where we do most of our absorbing of nutrition. If we can have healthy intestines, healthy spine, healthy nerves, and then feed it properly so it stays that way, that's that physical response triggering the brain response. Does that make sense? Is that answering the question?
It did. Thank you. Thank you. It really did. And, I like that you bring really the mix of both between physical and mental health with your work as a chiropractor and your work as a naturopath, working with trauma and mental health. So with your clients, how have you seen that something as simple as a chiropractic adjustment has helped them mentally?
Oh, it's been way cool. So again, the research of just adjusting the neck, and especially the skull to the neck, there is a lot of research how that is alleviated anxiety and depression. And we have seen the younger people now coming in for chiropractic care and not needing as much medication, not needing as much, doesn't replace all the care that you do for self-care. But it's a wonderful adjunct to just reconnect how the brain is able to communicate with the body. And so the 20s and 30 somethings have a much easier time of dealing with even stress at work, finishing college exams, high schoolers, getting prepared for college, and all of the stressors that come through high school. It's been pretty amazing. So that's physical adjustments. But we have hyperbaric oxygen in the office too. So through high school and college, if you're involved in sports, there is a lot of concussion that occurs in cheerleading, in wrestling, in football, physical contact, right? And we have hyperbaric oxygen chambers. So if there's a hyperbaric oxygen chamber in your neighborhood that you can research for recovering from concussion, you will have better brain responses by healing that concussion fully instead of having a partially healed concussion and adding another concussion to it. And so here in the office, we have hyperbaric oxygen for an adjunct to that concussion healing. It's just been very fun to see how we can use physical healing to then get your brain back, because the ability to process information it gives you a headache when you have a concussion. And that ability to keep the brain, all the wires connected. Dr. Amen was very famous, and he has clinics around the country now for even imaging how people have non-functional parts of their brain due to hypoxia, which is a reduction in oxygen in that area, and how hyperbaric oxygen and proper nutrition for the brain has helped heal the areas of the brain that are hypoxic or lacking oxygen, and improving mental, emotional, and processing in the brain. Now, in relationship, because it just made me think of Alzheimer's and dementia, there are so many causes to those things that we cannot say that hyperbaric oxygen is a cure for dementia, different types of dementia. But if you can heal parts of the brain, if that's the cause, it's pretty amazing what we've seen. One of our clients in her 50s had early onset Alzheimer's, which there is no cure for. But we found with added oxygen under pressure in a hyperbaric chamber that she was able to regain function in her life. So much so that and it's the cost of a car to buy a hyperbaric chamber, but they bought one for the home so she could use it every day. And she was able to still today maintain the function that she had 10 years ago when she bought her chamber. So pretty awesome what we've seen on the physical side of health in relation to how the brain functions and emotions and mental health. So that's in various ways.
Thank you for sharing. And that has been Dr. Teresa Vollner. You can visit her at totalcarechiro.com or come visit the office in
Overland Park, Kansas. Total Care Chiro. Yes.
And give us the address real quick.
6308 College Boulevard, Overland Park, Kansas, 66211. We are conveniently located near 435 and Metcalf.
Perfect. You can also visit her at DecentMed.org/chiropractic. Thank you for joining us today, Dr. Vollner.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
You're very welcome. Moving on to our next speaker, we're going to go to the East Coast now and talk a little bit more about mental health and its connection with physical health with Shay Shulman, founder of Shay Shulman Therapy. She is a hypnotherapist from Sarasota, Florida. Shay Shulman, you have the floor.
Hi,
And do
thank
you
you
need
very
a
much.
presentation or no? Do you need like a second slide for a presentation or no? You're good.
No, I'm just going to speak.
Perfect.
All right, awesome. Thank you very much. Hi, I'm Shay Schulman. I'm happy to be here. I'm a clinical hypnotherapist in Sarasota, Florida. And today's topic is how hypnotherapy fits into mental health. And I love this topic because it combines science, emotional wellness, human behavior, neuroscience, subconscious conditioning, and the incredible adaptability of the human mind to make positive changes every day. So hypnosis itself really has a fascinating history. It's been around a very long time. Even going back to the 1700s, there's evidence of hypnosis-like methods being used to show how the mind affects the body and also how focused mental states can influence emotional distress and psychosomatic symptoms. So then as we know, there's a rich connection between the mind and the body. So long before neuroscience existed, practitioners were observing something very important, that changing a person's mental and emotional state could create very measurable changes in their bodies, in their behaviors, in their emotions, and in their physical symptoms. So in the 1800s, hypnosis became more organized. It was scientifically used by physicians and researchers who studied trance states, and they studied a focused attention. And there was a Scottish surgeon named James Braid, and he helped establish the modern understanding of hypnosis and moved it away from superstition and towards a clinical application. So over time, we've had doctors, psychologists, and more researchers continuing to study hypnosis and learn how it has such a powerful effect on how we think, how we behave, and actual physical symptoms in the body. So it's been used to relieve pain, relieve anxiety, for relaxation training, and to change habits, amongst many other things, such as preparing for a surgery. There are dental hypnotists who help people undergo dental surgery without any type of anesthesia at all. It's all done by the mind. It helps with trauma related symptoms and reduction and elimination in fears. So today, hypnotherapy, it continues to evolve alongside modern neuroscience, psychology, because the human brain is incredibly trainable. And so we ask, what is mental wellness? Well, mental wellness is the ability to think clearly. It's the ability to regulate your emotions, to handle stress effectively, and to experience peace and happiness in everyday life. It's also the ability to make sound decisions. So when you're mentally well, your mind is working for you instead of against you. You can regulate your emotions. You can recover from stress. You can actually keep yourself from experiencing the type of stress perhaps you did in the past. You can think clearly. You feel emotionally stable. You're happier. You can accomplish your goals, and you have internal peace. So your emotions are something that conflicts a lot with intelligence. So this emotional mind that we own, I tell people, if we can calm that down, if we can get the mind more focused, you're going to be happier and smarter at the same time. So intelligent people also struggle from strong emotions. Could be anger, could be sadness, it could be post-traumatic stress disorder. And it really hampers an intelligence in the way that we're not then able to think properly, we're not able to focus, we're not able to make good decisions. And perhaps it puts us in a position of making bad decisions, all because we haven't learned how to harness the power of the mind to move away from the emotional reactive mind and move into the brilliance of a mind that's focused and clear. And hypnosis is a perfect modality to do that because it teaches the brain to focus attention. Now, we know that emotional problems are not logical problems in most cases. And the disruptions we see in everyday life are subconscious patternings. So we have learned behaviors. We have emotional associations from as far back as, early childhood. We have stress responses that had been conditioned throughout our life. We have beliefs about our identity that came from childhood, also reinforced throughout life, that we don't change them. They continue to stay the same, such as I'm not good enough, I'm not worthy, I can't do this. They're good at something, but I'm not smart enough. All of those mental states, those identity beliefs are really false identities. So hypnotherapy helps you to rediscover yourself and recreate yourself and create the identity that you are really meant to have. It also helps with protective patterns in the brain and habit loops. There's so many applications of hypnotherapy that I could go on, but if we just start to understand the subconscious mind a little bit, you'll pick up on how you can begin to realize how positive changes in your life can take place. So the subconscious mind, it learns through repetition, it learns through experience, it learns through conditioning, through the environment around you, and through relationships. So if you imagine you're suffering from something, perhaps you have panic attacks or anxiety, and you're wondering where that came from or how you can remove those forces from being within your life, it takes a focused attention. The mind has to go inward and downward into the body and reconnect to what it is, to disconnect from ideas of the past and recreate a sense of safety. And for most people I see, they live in a safe place. I work with people who are very everyday people with everyday lives that for whatever reason, they can't sleep at night, right? Their past traumas are coming to the surface, or they're going through a life transition and stress is getting the best of them. That's because the subconscious mind is not being present in such a way that it's able to rationalize and become more like the logical brain, to slow down, to breathe, to say, it's okay. I have food, I have shelter, I have friends, I have family, I have people who love me. I'm able to take care of myself. These little things, the subconscious mind or the mind in itself as a whole is not thinking of. It's associating everyday life occurrences to some type of potential disaster. And I think about, I like working with teenagers a lot as well. I think about kids in high school and how taking a test becomes life or death, right? They're having a panic attack over an upcoming test because pressure has been put upon them or they put upon themselves. And it becomes a conceived idea that they have to pass. They have to get an A or you're as good as dead, right? So these types of influences of the mind, we can quickly dismantle through hypnotherapy so that the brain begins to understand, hi, be present, be conscious. Say, it's okay if I don't get an A on the test, but if I'm going to, I have to be calm. I have to be focused. I have to be able to think clearly. And it actually learns this. It actually learns how to think differently. It learns how to learn again. It learns how to be smarter. It learns how to be present. And when that happens, it's like your brain, the part that creates thought, is out here in la la land coming up with ideas that never happen. And then all of a sudden, there's a centeredness, there's a peacefulness when the brain realizes, hey, like for me, hi, I'm a 53-year-old female, right? I'm not 10 years old, I'm not 8 years old. Oh, hi, I'm intelligent, I can speak to people. People like me, I'm loved. It's like, oh, okay, I'm not falling off a cliff, right? I'm actually sitting in a chair. I'm okay. I'm speaking into a camera. If I mess up on my words, I'm not going to die and I'm not going to be hated. So my brain blends with me and says, okay, I'll be calm and confident and enjoy this time. And the brain can be trained to make logical, wonderful decisions, to think better, and to also become more creative, more artistic, whatever it is you want to accomplish. So goal setting is something I love to work with. So let's go to hypnosis for a moment. So as a clinical hypnotherapist, yes, I use hypnosis. I also talk to people and we reframe things. I work with the whole mind, the conscious mind, the subconscious mind, and even the unconscious mind, right? The part of your mind that's running the processes. Because when we're stressed, if you're stressed, then your body isn't breathing the way it needs to breathe. All of those biological processes that are supposed to be going on naturally and automatically, they're not happening for you the way they're supposed to because the brain is tied up in thought instead of working with the body and realizing what the body needs. And so through conscious conversation, you become calm. You start to think differently. Your conscious mind is a big thing. It's a big deal. And so as soon as the conscious mind reframes things, there's aha moments, there's a feeling of peace and calm. And then we use hypnosis to relax the mind even further, to go into a wonderful state of mind where those positive changes can be heard in other parts of the brain so that they're more permanent for you. So what is hypnosis? It's a natural focused attention and increased alertness and responsiveness. Basically, it's the kind of place you want to be in your brain all the time. It's a focused attention. It's free of thoughts, or there's very few thoughts. It's not sleep. It's not unconsciousness. Yes, you'll remember, but you kind of go off into a daydreamy place. You can't be brainwashed. And in fact, when I work with my clients, we create these wonderful hypnotic suggestions together. I say, what do you want? How do you want your brain to be? What do you want to think about? What do you want to focus on? Well, heck, Shay, I want to sleep through the night every night with perfect REM sleep and deep sleep, perfect sleep cycles. I want to wake up every morning feeling happy, energized, and really excited about my day. I want to love going to work every day. I want to be calm around my children. I want to be very patient and kind. I want to remove anger and unwanted reactions from my life. I said, that's awesome. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. And it's possible. And part of the mind in the beginning might be resistant. It thinks, well, I can't do that. It's always been this way. It's always going to be that way. I said, I love it that you're talking to me that way. You're in the all or nothing mind. Let's change it. And so little by little, the conscious mind opens up to all possibilities of having a long, happy, healthy, beautiful life. And I love to speak about health with the mind because as the mind is focused and relaxed, your brain has a huge capability to know where to send chemicals, what to do with neurotransmitters, how the cell bodies are reacting, right? There's this beautiful life within you that loves to heal every day. And when it's calm and it's peaceful and it's quiet and you're going throughout your day and you're enjoying life, all of this wonderful stuff is happening under the surface. And so I've had many people who go into hypnosis, which I'll speak about a little more. Kind of like, let me go back to hypnosis for a minute. It's a natural state of mind. You experience it hopefully more than you think. But if you're watching a movie, you're lost in the movie, and your mind is believing everything on the screen, that's a trance state, right? The subconscious mind is believing what it's seeing. If you're lost in a book, that's a state of hypnosis. It's a beautiful state of mind. If you're in a daydreamy state, it's a beautiful state of mind. But it's where the imagination lives also. People who do vision boards and create in advance, they're using this brilliance within them, self-hypnosis. They go into the mind and they create what they want for life to be. And guess what? It happens because there is this magnitude of things of the mind, well above just the functioning of the brain in everyday life that begins to happen. Some call it the superconscious, but it shows up in the most miraculous ways. But it starts with changing one thing, right? I just want to feel better. I want to be happier. I want to remove anger. I want to breathe better. I want to remove depression, right? I want to focus. Let's get rid of this thing called ADHD. I could have a long talk on that, right? I was diagnosed with ADHD as a child. I do not have ADHD. I suffered from ADHD symptoms for most of my life until I decided I didn't need to have that anymore. I just had to teach myself how to focus. And I did that through self-hypnosis. So going back to this idea of what is hypnosis, that it's not sleep, it's a place in your mind that exists for you. I take you into a meditative state. You can close the eyes. The eyes can actually be opened in hypnosis. And you begin to drift into a relaxation. And the eyes can close. And you start to feel a little like you're lighter, like you're floating. Because as I'm speaking, your brain is listening to me. As I'm counting backwards from 10 to 1, the brain's attentive to every word I say. And as it's just listening, there's some thoughts that come in, but they float away. And then all of a sudden, there's no thoughts. And you're very relaxed and you're very peaceful. And it's a place where you just want to stay and stay and stay. And we can create a beautiful place in the mind, like a beautiful meadow with emerald green grass and gorgeous, vibrant flowers all around, and a beautiful blue sky and white, adorable clouds, and a breeze that helps the clouds go by. And of course, the trees can be tall and the leaves can be green, and we can create an incredible mental imagery. And when the mind does that, it loves it because it's a place that you own within you, where it can daydream, it can be happy, and it can recreate everything for you. And so as you go into these wonderful places in the mind, there's something the unconscious mind, the subconscious mind begin to find. They find you. And there's a thing called the subconscious mind is open to positive suggestions. And what does that mean? That's suggestive therapy, and it works brilliantly. And it's only one of many therapies used in hypnotherapy. But through positive suggestion, once you're in this trance state where you have control, you could open your eyes if you want to, but I guarantee you'd like to just be there and melt away, feeling the support beneath you, the wind and the trees, and perhaps a rainbow too, enjoying the imagery as I say back to you all the things we know about you, the things you want to come true. So I might say something like, every day, in every way, you're now more confident as you speak in front of people. You find that when you're with your neighbors, you light up now. You love having conversations because you realize how much you like them. And there's a plethora of things we can say to your mind in many different ways, but they're all positive, and they're things you really know about yourself in a different way. You say, well, sometimes when I get around my neighbors, I'm shy and I don't know why. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, I want to be able to talk to people. And all of a sudden we say these nice things when you're in this beautiful, relaxed state of mind. And you come back next week, you say, Shay, I've talked to every neighbor. I just can't stop chatting to them. I get people that almost everyone sleeps better because you feel more peaceful inside. And if you want to come to me for just sleep patterns, come with an open mind. It's not about the sleep. It's about what's going on in the inside. It could be where you are in life. It could be that the mind's not capable of focusing during the day. And so we retrain it to focus and think better, to laugh, to love, and to realize what is good around it, and to focus on the good. And then we supercharge confidence in hypnosis because you're capable. You're capable of more than you know. So in that lovely, relaxed state of mind, we get to talk to ourselves in a different way. We could say, I know I'm loved because I have a husband who loves me. My children love me. I know that I'm liked because my neighbors always come over and say hi. I know I didn't feel that way, but you actually are. I know that I can speak in front of people. If I could just get rid of these butterflies in my stomach, and all of a sudden we just have imagery of butterflies all around you. And it happens just brilliantly. So the butterflies move from the inside to the outside. And they floated away around the trees. They blanketed the meadow. And then they lifted up to the sky. And they floated away. And there was a breeze. And many different things can happen in hypnosis for your life. I like to think of people who have depression. As soon as you decide that you want to change something, your mind already made a decision. Right? So I started with the topic of how is hypnotherapy in connection with mental wellness. It is a gateway to mental wellness because it works quickly. And you go to the subconscious mind that's holding, it's the seat of your emotions, it's the seat of your belief systems. It created the mental imagery you don't like. And because it created that, we get to remove that and allow it to create the mental imagery that you do like. It saw you as not good enough. It was a false idea. It was from the past. Then all of a sudden we supercharge it with all the reasons you're a lovely person, all the reasons you're more than enough, all the reasons you're capable, all the reasons you're strong. And even if you only believe it a little bit, underneath the surface, there's something within you that has more power, more belief than you ever imagined. And maybe it's your soul, maybe it's your spirit, maybe it's the you within you, maybe it's a greater mind that's there to help you. But every time it steps up, it says, "Hi, I'm a part of you. I love you. I'm so sorry you had those bad thoughts. So sorry you had a bad day. I can make it better." So I look at the mind as a series of connections. If you've been living in a place where you're feeling unwell, unhappy, confused, intrusive thoughts, I love to get rid of intrusive thoughts. It happens like that. They go away. They go away with hypnotherapy. There's a part within you that knows better. So you've been working on a chain reaction in the mind, this loop of thoughts that kept talking to you over and over and over again. But you have other connections in the brain that you haven't been using. So mental imagery, how often do you do that? That's a connection in the brain. So as soon as we create imagery, a nice imagery, you connect it to something else. And then we connect to something else even better. And to another something else. Different connections in your brain that don't think the same way. They don't catastrophize. And I didn't say that word right. They don't think bad thoughts, right? Other parts of your brain that know better. They're more logical, more reasonable. Total positivity. They see capability. It's like a cheerleader in your mind. And all of a sudden you're like, wow, I feel so good. Shay, I don't know how we did this. I said, we did it together, right? You came in with faith that you would get better, and I gave a process. And we set an intention that you're going to feel good every day, that you're going to feel motivated, you're going to exercise, you're going to lose weight, whatever it is you want to achieve. And we do it through hypnosis. We do it through hypnotherapy. So every day in every way, I love my job in every way. Every day in every way, I wake up excited to look at my calendar. Who do I get to work with? Who do I get to help? And I made that for myself. I made that for myself. I used to have jobs that were stressed out. I was stressed to the max. I can remember at 35, I thought, oh my gosh, if I don't leave this job, I'm going to have a heart attack. And I left the job. And so I've been in this field for 15 years in I'll call it mind body medicine. And it's an absolute gift. And I love to share it with as many people as I can. And so you can reach me on my website, shayshulmantherapy.com. You can call me 941-587-9198. Look me up. You can find me on DecentMed. But I guarantee if you come in with an open mind and an idea of what you want to change and believing in new possibilities, your whole life becomes better with one thing at a time, and sometimes many things at once. So if you can think of one thing that's been holding you back, and maybe you can think of more, maybe you can think of many, but perhaps you think of the one thing that's been holding you back the most. You say, I'm tired of that. And you stop believing in it. And you believe that there's a way around it, a way over it, or a way through it. Or maybe it's even easier than that. So think about an obstacle that seemed like a huge boulder in front of you. And you thought you had to climb over it. But you didn't notice that it's not that wide. You could actually walk around it. You could go to the left or you could go to the right. And in front of it is an open path. And you get to recreate your mind. So wherever you are, I thank you for being with me today. I'm always available to answer questions, to have a consultation, and for you to learn how mental wellness is only a phone call away. It really is. And I also encourage you to go on things like YouTube, Spotify, wherever they have hypnotic audios for you to listen to. I'm eventually going to get some on my website. And take time to relax the mind. You don't have to meditate just sitting there listening to nothing. There's guided self-hypnosis online. And when you do that, set an intention that you're going to get better. Set an intention that you're going to feel happy or peaceful or content, or you're going to sleep well through the night. Set an intention that the thoughts that were haunting you all of a sudden melt away. Because when you set the intention and you give your time and space to your mind, there's a brilliance within you. And as you listen to something that walks you through a place and time, and you get to drift away into hypnosis, a daydream, this is what you'll find. You're going to find peace, and you're going to find changes. You're going to find positivity, and all of a sudden, what seemed like the darkest, darkest, darkest thing became gray, and then light gray. And then all of a sudden, the cloud is gone. And you can breathe, and you're free to recreate. So don't hold back from doing the work on your own. And don't hold back from calling a professional because we make it very easy. And so that's what I have for you today. I give you my heart and I thank you.
Thank you so much, Shay. You can
Thank
visit
you.
her at shayshowmantherapy.com as well as decentmed.org/hypnotherapy.
Thank you, Sam.
You're very welcome. Next, we have a special guest, a somatic healer, Chantel Smith. Let's welcome her up to the stage.
So, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So, I am excited, and this has been an opportunity that literally has, I've been waiting to have the opportunity to share this information with people. And I know there are others out there that do it, but I do it a little differently. And I just want to sort of explain to people how this all works. So, today we're going to go just a little bit deeper in our understanding and healing, and understand that it's not just mental, spiritual, or emotional. Healing is also physical. Trauma is not only remembered in the mind, but trauma is carried in the posture, in the way you breathe, in your muscle tension, even in your nervous system. It can get dysregulated. You'll have inflammation, digestive issues, sleep patterns are disrupted, emotional reactions, and even an inability to rest without guilt. How many of us have known that? So for years, many people have been taught to pray it away, push through it, right? Or stay strong. But strength without release becomes stored pressure. And eventually, the body starts speaking. This is why somatic stretching and breath work has become such powerful tools in trauma restoration work. So modern trauma research literally shows us, and it's been confirmed, that healers and therapists and body practitioners have observed for decades that unresolved stress patterns can remain embedded in the nervous system and the body tissues long after the trauma has passed. Industry leaders literally talk to and speak to us about helping to expand the conversation around the nervous system, the memory system, the trauma release, and even the regulation. So let me just give you a breakdown of what somatic stretching is. And if you were here yesterday, you had a wonderful examples of it. But let's go a little deeper. Somatic stretching is intentional body movement combined with intentional awareness. Unlike traditional stretching that focuses mostly on flexibility or athletic performance, somatic stretching focuses on the nervous system regulation, body awareness, emotional release, and restoring safety within the body. Somatic work teaches people to notice tightness, shallow breathing, numbness, restricted movement, stress holding patterns, and emotional activation in the body. The beautiful thing about this is research is showing how these practices have been helping to improve emotional regulation, body awareness, anxiety symptoms, PTSD symptoms, chronic stress responses, and automatic nervous system balance. Trauma affects the brain and the nervous system deeply. And when someone experiences chronic stress, abuse, grief, fear, neglect, burnout, or even survival mode, the body activates its protective systems. That's the amygdala. It becomes hypervigilant. The hypothalamus keeps signaling danger, danger. Remember that television show when we were kids? Danger, danger, Will Robinson. That's what keeps happening, right? Stress hormones continue circulating in the body at an increased rate. The prefrontal cortex struggles with regulation, with focus, and decision making. The body begins adapting to stress instead of safety. This is why many people say, I can't relax. I always tense up. I'm exhausted, but I can't sleep. I feel disconnected from myself and from everyone else. I'm emotionally numb. I'm constantly feeling overwhelmed. How many of you felt that, thought that? The nervous system learns survival. And many people, especially women, we've learned to overfunction while silently dysfunctioning or dysregulating. Before we go deeper into somatic stretching, I need for you to understand that this happens inside of the nervous system during the stress, during the time when you should be healing, and there's that breakdown, right? So the automatic nervous system has two major branches that affect trauma recovery. The sympathetic nervous system. This is the body's fight, flight, freeze, or fawn response. We've heard those statements, right? So when the brain senses danger, imagine our long ancestors when they were hunters and foragers, right? They would be out gathering fruits, vegetables, and things of that nature, and they would see a tiger or a bear a couple hundred yards away. Fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. Our body starts to respond to this. And because of that, it releases hormones in our body for us to do just that. Fight, you're ready to fight for your life. Flight, you're ready to run for your life. Freeze, some people, they don't do well in those situations because they become overwhelmed. So they stand there and they freeze. Fawn, some people will actually just fall down in those moments. So here's the thing. When the brain senses that danger, stress, trauma, fear, rejection, abandonment, financial pressures, betrayal, chronic overwhelming, or emotional instability, the sympathetic nervous system activates automatically. And this system increases the heart rate, the muscle tension, cortisol and adrenaline is released in the body, hypervigilance, shallow breathing, emotional reactivity. This prepares the body to survive. The problem is many people never fully deactivate this state. The body stays in survival mode long after the danger has passed. This is why people may experience chronic pelvic tightness, digestive issues, jaw clenching, insomnia, panic responses, emotional numbness, hyperindependence, hormonal imbalance, emotional exhaustion. The body becomes conditioned for protection instead of peace. Now let's talk about the opposite of that, the parasympathetic nervous system. This is the body's rest, digest, restore, and repair system. So this system supports healing, digestion, hormone regulation, emotional processing, sleep, recovery, immune function, and restoration. Somatic stretching helps move the body out of chronic sympathetic activity into parasympathetic regulation, not by force, not by pretending trauma did not happen, because it did, and you have to acknowledge it, but by teaching the body, you are safe enough to soften now. This is why slow movements matter so deeply in trauma recovery work. Traumatic incidents, they hit our bodies, and we think, oh, I need to go speak to someone and talk to them about this. But we forget about the fact that it's stored in different places within the body. So that slow somatic stretching is intentional, because trauma often disconnects people from sensations. That's why the slow movements matter. Many trauma survivors override their body signals constantly. They push past exhaustion. They ignore pain. They suppress emotions. They stay positive while dysregulating. Slow movement forces awareness. It causes you to reconnect to your body. And you begin to notice, where do I feel tight? What emotions is arising right here? Why does this stretch make me emotional? Why can't I breathe deeply right here? The body begins speaking again, because it's saying, you're actually listening now. Does that make sense? And so here's some warning signs that I want you to look out for. And this is important, because industry leaders will tell you that trauma-informed somatic work strongly emphasizes pacing, titration, grounding, and emotional safety. Somatic work should never force emotional release. Clients who are highly disassociated, severely traumatized, right? Recovering from injuries, pregnant, dealing with neurological conditions, prone to dizziness or panic attacks, should move slowly, and they should consult a qualified professional when needed. I always say you want to do that and speak to them, if nothing else, before you start, to make sure that you don't put yourself in any danger. We're trying to get the body to a place where we are safe again. I can breathe again. I can relax again. And so you don't want to do anything that's going to shock the body. So for clients that are seated, I'm hoping all of you are seated with me, right? We're seated, right? I want you to keep both of your feet flat on the floor, about shoulder width apart. Avoid locking your knees. And you're going to move slowly. Do not force the stretch. And I want you to just, if you're in a safe place, close your eyes for just a moment. Stop if you feel dizziness or numbness or emotionally overwhelmed in any of these movements, okay? We're just going to do some breath work with a few movements to move our upper body to release some of the tension and stress that we may be carrying, okay? So I want you to focus on a gentle range of motion, moving your right arm as far behind you as you can comfortably, while you're taking in a deep breath in your nose to the count of 4. We hold it at the top to the count of 4, and we breathe out our mouth to the count of 6. And then we're going to go to the left side. And the reason you do this stretch is because it opens up the chest cavity. Because guess what's stored there? Grief, heartbreak, heartache, stress, over hypervigilance, control issues. They're stored here. So keep breathing, and you're just doing it comfortably. You're not going too far. You're not overstretching it. This movement helps you stay grounded. And then I always tell people, you want to make sure you always have some hydration nearby. I don't just drink water. I give my water instructions. So I tell my water, when I swallow you, I want you to wash away any toxins, any parasite, anything that does not serve me any longer. Anything that is decaying or dying within me, wash it away. Take it out of me as you exit my body. I speak the same thing over my food, because when you give your food and your water, anything you ingest, instructions, guess what? It's going to do what you ask of it to do. Why? Because you have power, dominion, and authority in this realm. So while you're doing those types of stresses, you can say things as you exhale, like, I am safe. I am present. My body is learning safety again. Trauma-informed work is not about intensity. It's about regulation. So one of the biggest misconceptions is thinking that healing requires extreme workouts or punishment. But healing often happens through consistency. Small, repeated, regular movements. They create nervous system changes and regulation. So that means stretching daily, breath work daily, resting intentionally, moving intentionally, because movement is medicine, reconnecting with the body consistently. The nervous system heals through repetition and safety. So I can speak to you about all this because my personal journey, I feel, is very powerful. I've had so many people reach out to me because of that journey. If you've known me or seen me in the past, some of you are recognizing that I look completely different than what I did a few years ago. I've lost over 100 pounds, and I didn't do it drastically. I didn't do it with all these surgeries and procedures. What I did was I made a conscious decision. I started doing the inner work to figure out why was my body holding on to so many things. And then I got something as simple as a 5-pound weighted hula hoop. I found a group of women on a private Facebook group for accountability. And we worked out 3 days a week. You rested on the 4th day. And then you came back on the 5th day and did your 3 days again. Every week consisted of 3 days of working out, the 4th day rest, 3 days of working out. And I told people my week is only 4 days. And that's the 4 days that I concentrate on, because that was what was important. But in the simple motion of doing a weighted hula hoop, I released stored trauma from my childhood. That rhythm, that breathing, that consistency, that emotional release, it rebuilt my confidence. It caused healing on levels that I didn't even realize were being healed at the time. And the healing inside of that community reinforced everything that I was doing. Being surrounded by them gave me not just encouragement, emotional safety, accountability, but it gave me a consistency checkpoint. And how many of us know that when we have that checkpoint in our mind, it gives us a dopamine hit and we want to keep doing it. Those endorphins are releasing and we want to keep getting those, right? Over 6 months, I did 6 30-day challenges and I lost 72 pounds. Now, my story may not be your story, but the important part is this. My body started trusting me again. And as my body started trusting me again, guess what? The rhythm of the hula hooping, it improved my circulation. It strengthened my core. It released stress. It increased my confidence. It regulated my emotions. It reconnected my mind to my body. Sometimes healing begins with movements because words don't always hit the way they need to. We've experienced that before, right? And so let's talk about that rhythm. Well, rhythmic movement, like the weighted hula hoop, let's stick with that while we got the imagery in our head, right? It becomes powerful because the hips are designed for movement, for flow, for flexibility, and even for expression. So rhythmic hip movements, even if you're in your seat right now, you can take and do rotating your hips in a circle to the left 5 times and go slow to the right 5 times. Do you know this is reducing your stress hormones? It's improving your circulation. It's releasing muscular tension. It's restoring confidence. It's reconnecting emotional expression. And it's regulating your nervous system. So for many of us, a weighted hula hoop becomes more than just an exercise. It becomes emotional release. It becomes that reclaiming of joy in the movement. It becomes connecting or reconnecting to our femininity, confidence, rhythm, and the body's trusting in us again. All of that from just a 5-pound weighted hula hoop. Now, what do you think can happen if you decide I'm going to consistently check back in with me I'm going to consistently move my body. I'm going to consistently learn to trust myself again. It will be the difference between you having chronic migraines, you having sleep disruption, insomnia, you having digestive issues, GERDs, acid reflux. It can be the difference between you having brain fog. It can be the difference between you waking up tired and you waking up energized and focused and ready for the day. You see, healing accelerates in a safe environment. And so as you begin on this journey, I want you to learn to trust yourself again. So as tension is released from the pelvic region, you may experience emotional waves. You may experience crying, fatigue, shaking, warmth in the body, temporary soreness, emotional memory surfacing. I want you not to panic if that happens. This is why trauma-informed pacing is critical. Never focus, release. Never focus on that. Never push beyond safety. Never shame emotional responses. What you do is allow the healing to happen through the regulation, not overwhelming. As it's happening, give yourself the same grace and patience and love that you would give to someone who you saw crying and distraught. Imagine the little child of you, the little girl, the little boy who was hurt, who was injured, who was overlooked, who was abandoned, who was rejected. The same love and compassion you show them, show it to yourself. Okay? So now let's talk about some recovery techniques and somatic techniques. There's grounding strength, a stretch that you can do. You are seated, or you can do it while you're standing, but your feet have to be firmly planted, as those would say 10 toes down, firmly found on the floor. You want to take slow, intentional breaths, right? In your nose. Hold it at the top for the count of 4, out your mouth to the count of 6. And as you do it, roll your shoulders back. Release the tension in your jaw. This helps reconnect the brain to the present moment. Do you know you can do that 5 times before you have to make any decisions? And it will cause you to transition out of thinking from your hypothalamus to thinking from your prefrontal cortex. This will cause you to have more rational decisions, more logical decision making. You can do something simple as, remember we were in elementary school, we would go outside to the playground, and they would have us do our neck roll and shoulder rolls, right? Trauma commonly stores tension here in the neck, in the traps, in the shoulders. And so slowly rolling your shoulders back or forward or rolling your neck can reduce the sympathetic activation. Hip opening movements. This is where you can sit and put your legs, your feet together, the soles of your feet together with your legs falling open. And you can literally just bounce them very slightly and slowly, but intentionally. These are hip openers. And this stress and posture, it helps with your guardedness and stored muscle tension. Because guess what? Your hips and pelvic region have everything to do with stability and grounding and safety. So gentle hip circles, that hip release in that seated position, it literally supports your nervous system by telling it, I'm safe. Because if you're safe enough that you can put your feet together in a seated position and slowly bounce and breathe, guess what? You're safe enough for your nervous system to start coming out of fight, flight, freeze, or fawn mode. If you're having trouble expressing yourself and you feel overwhelmed and you want to say something, but the words just don't want to come out, you can take a moment to yourself and you can try humming as a stimulation for vibration. Remember, the vagus nerve, which is the largest nerve in the body, is literally located under your tongue, and it goes all the way down through your body. So what you're going to do is you're going to hum. This nervous pathway is literally going to help refocus your mind, bring you back into connection with your body. It helps support calming responses. Have you ever wondered why your grandmother used to clean and hum? Because she was making sure she was calm, she was centered. Because most of our grandparents, because I know for me, I do deep cleaning when I'm upset about something, when I'm stressed about something. So guess what? Humming, it brings me back present and calms my nervous system. You can do several different movements, but in doing those movements, you have to remember that healing does not happen only during the movement. Healing is also during recovery. Rest allows for the nervous system to repair, for muscular recovery, hormonal regulation, and emotional integration. So this looks like this. That 3 days of working out for 30 minutes and 1 day on day 4 of rest. You can do something as simple as, even on your rest day, just do a 5 to 10 minute walk after one meal. It's still giving your body the rest, but it's not intense. And I'm not talking about walking like you running from doing a fast walk. I mean, literally walk through a garden, smell some roses, stand out in the sun and get the sun rays on your body. Why? And while you're doing it, lift your arms up over your head. We're stretching, right? The somatic movements don't have to be big. Turning your torso from side to side while you're breathing. It releases stored tension in your abdominal area. This makes every single movement intentional. Many people stay inflamed because they never truly recover. Rest is not laziness. Rest is literally biological repair. And of course, I always tell people there is a spiritual component to everything. So if you want to add that, you can repeatedly speak rest, renewal, breath, and restoration. Literally, Hebrews says the word is ruach, and it means breath, wind, spirit. So breath is always represented in life. So when people are traumatized, breathing patterns change. When people heal, breathing patterns change again. This is why combining prayer with breath work, with stretching, with meditation, with nervous system regulation, even with reading scriptures and slow movements can become deeply transformational in your healing journey. You will learn to trust yourself again. And so healing is not just about talking about your pain. The body is not your enemy. Healing is teaching the body, you survived, but now you are safe enough to live and thrive. Many times the body becomes a storage unit for emotional bondage, and you never give it the space to process it. Somatic stretching helps create safe release. Your body is not fighting against you. Many times your body is simply trying to protect you for years and years, not knowing that you may not be in that same situation anymore. Your brain is housed inside of this physical body. It does not see the light of day. So all of your senses send back through your neural pathways what you're experiencing. And if you're constantly in survival mode, your brain thinks that you are constantly in danger. Now this work becomes teaching the nervous system safety, regulation, trust, softness, rest, release. Why? Because that healing happens one breath, one stretch, one movement, one intentional decision at a time. Not to erase the past, but to teach the nervous system that the danger is over. You've survived. You can soften now. And sometimes the deepest healing begins when the body finally feels safe enough to unclench. And so today, I hope that I said something that encouraged you, that strengthened you, that gave you some insight on how you can work with your body to teach it to release what's been stored in the body. You don't have to remain in survival mode. We weren't created to be there. But if you're ready to move beyond that, the release is possible. You can speak to your body and tell it, the weight that has surrounded my abdomen or that has been carried in my body, it was there to save me and protect me. But I'm not in that situation anymore. And you can feel safe enough to release the extra weight. I've had a client who released over 10 pounds in a 4-day weekend because she understood this, spoke this to her body, and the weight started being removed. The body knows how to do what it needs to do to heal. You just have to simply reconnect to it, calm it, and allow the body to begin to flow. And that means you have to flow. Consistency is the key. Your healing is not a destination, it's a journey. Take the next steps so that you can heal, regulate, and thrive. Are there any questions, thoughts, concerns, comments? I can't see the question.
Thank you. Oh. Thank you so much for that, Chantel. And I do have a question for you.
Okay.
My question is, when you think about somatic healing, particularly related to trauma,
Yes.
do you focus on the exercises because as there is a theory of trauma stored in the body, or is it coming from the trinomial effect, like you brought up earlier, the spirit, mind, and body?
We are all connected. And so because you are an eternal spirit, eternal being that is carrying a soul that is currently housed in an earthen vessel, you have to look at all three components. You have to take into account that that trauma is not only stored in your mind, but it's stored in your body. And your spirit is also affected by it. So when you start releasing, you want to release in the body, you want to release in the mind, you want to release it even with your words. And so all of this, along with, that's why I tell people, I teach people to do affirmations. I teach them to speak to themselves. Look in a mirror every morning and tell yourself, I love you. I trust you. And you want to say this to yourself at least 10 times. I love you and I trust you. But then in order for you to do that, you're going to have to remember that I'm going to have to do some things to show my body and my mind that it can trust me. So when you write out a to-do list and you check off, I did these things. If there's one or two things you didn't get around to, don't beat yourself up. But just know that as you're checking them off, you're showing your body and your mind, I can trust me again. It's the consistency is the most important part.
I like that. Consistency is key. And available at decentmed.org/PTSD. Last year, around or next month, where we're going to do our next summit, is going to be PTSD. So that's an announcement for everyone. We did a documentary about somatic healing in conjunction with plant medicine. And like we spoke about yesterday, the integration is extremely important when it comes to plant medicine or any kind of therapy, is that if there is no integration, then it cannot help. So with you, since you might not utilize the plant medicine side of it, how do you use integration when you work with your clients?
Actually, I do. I don't use, I use herbs and spices. So I teach my clients based upon whatever disorder or dis-ease they have in their body or dysregulation. I teach them to take herbs, make yourself a tea, and if they're having, anemia problems or things of that nature, I teach them what herbs to incorporate into their diet, that they can slowly start to walk back the years of trauma, the years of abuse on the body, the years of things that have caused the body and mind to be in a state of flux, in a state of fight, flight, freeze, fawn. And so because of that, I incorporate all of it, because you can't heal this earthen vessel without using the tools that were given to us to heal it. Scripture tells us that the leaves of the leaves of the trees and the plants of the field were for the healing of the body. The body knows how to heal, but there are times when we have to give it help, and we have to make sure that we're doing the things that we need to do to ensure that healing is the outcome that we're going to receive, because we left it no choice.
I love that. And thank you so much for speaking today. You can visit her website, find it at trainingforlifeinc.info, and to see our documentary on PTSD with somatic therapy and plant medicine, visit decentmed.org/PTSD. Moving on to our next speaker. We talked yesterday about the gut brain. And today we're going to talk about the gut brain gene loop with our next speaker, Lori Graham, a functional nutritionist. You can find Lori Graham at decentmed.org/nutrition or nutrifyyourlife.com. So let's get started. A systems approach to mental wellness. The first question, Lori, is most people think of mental health as a brain issue. What does systems biology reveal about why that picture is incomplete?
Well, that's really what's at the heart of what I do every day, no matter what the issue is going on with anyone. The brain doesn't really operate in isolation. It's constantly in conversation with your gut, your immune system, your mitochondria even, and your genes. And so systems biology asks, what are all the inputs that shape how a person might feel, think, or function? And when you do that, you quickly realize that mental health is actually something we need to consider because it's integrated in the whole body. For instance, we know 90% of serotonin, the pleasure hormone or the Zen hormone, it's actually produced in the gut, not in the brain. So when someone comes to me and let's say they have some anxiety or maybe they have, mild depression, I'm not just thinking about their neurotransmitters. I'm asking what might be happening in their gut. How are they eating? How is their nervous system responding to stress? And what whole body lens changes everything, or I should say that whole body lens changes everything about how I approach care with this individual.
Thank you for sharing. And as I just showed, according to a study, about 90% of the body's serotonin is synthesized and stored in the gut. So moving on, can you walk us through what you mean by the gut-brain gene loop and how do these three systems actually talk to each other?
Sure. So I think of it as a three-way conversation that never stops. The gut and the brain are connected by the vagus nerve, and the vagus nerve is like a superhighway that is connected and signals from the gut to the brain, but also vice versa. And so your gut microbiome produces neurotransmitters. People have also heard of short chain fatty acids, and also there are inflammatory signals that travel up, directly into the brain. So that's really how that piece works, but it shapes the mood, the cognition, and if you then think about stress and how that piles up, like if you've ever been driving and you hear a siren behind you, you know the connection between your gut and stress. So we have all of that, but now you layer in genetics on top of that. And your genes have an influence also on the microbes because they thrive in your gut, but how you metabolize certain foods and how your nervous system is wired to respond to that stress. So if you have, for instance, a gene variant like the MTHFR gene, which is one of the B vitamins. So that might have that's one way that it superimposes itself. That's part of the loop. And everything feeds into everything else. And that's what makes functional medicine, so powerful, and why fixing just one piece or just giving a drug doesn't really provide lasting results. Does that make sense?
100%. And I'm just looking at a study right now, gut microbiota and neuroplasticity. And it says that in this review, we discussed the literature showing how the microbiota is emerging as a key regulator of the brain's function and behavior, as increasing amounts of evidence on the importance of bidirectional communication between the intestinal bacteria and the brain have accumulated. Based on recent discoveries, we suggest that the interaction between diet and the gut microbiota, which might ultimately affect the brain, represents an unprecedented stimulus for conducting new research that links food and mood. We also reviewed the limited work in clinical arena. And just to touch on the results of that study, the literature overview provided that in this paper that clearly support the view that the bidirectional communication between the gut microbiota and the brain raises the potential for targeting the microbiome in the development of novel approaches to promote mental well-being. It's funny because Dr. Volner spoke earlier about how when we look at our mental health, a lot of times we'll run towards overeating or we'll run towards foods that are not good for us as a comfort. Can you touch a little bit more on that, Lori?
Sure. Well, we have feel-good foods, don't we? I mean, that's really where it's at. And sugar is really the enemy. Not so much in terms of your blood sugar increasing, but it's not a macronutrient that provides nourishment. It provides a feel good. And then what happens is once people feel good for a little while, when the blood sugar drops, they're searching again for more sugar. And for a lot of people, I think, and maybe I see this more in women than in men, but because women, I think I would say, are more connected to their body image in terms of being more hard on themselves. And so there they are now craving sugar again. And the following day they might hop on the scale and their blood, their weight is up a couple of pounds because they ate ice cream and maybe brownies or something like that. But that's the problem of reaching for food rather than maybe taking a breath and being with oneself and compassionate for oneself and just kind of asking, well, what's underneath this?
So diving deeper in that, how significant is the role of diet in this loop? Are there specific foods or dietary patterns that consistently show up in the research as either protective or disruptive for mental wellness?
So I believe diet is one of the most powerful levers we have. And it's probably the most simple answer that people don't even talk about or haven't been told about. And the research, like you just read, it shows that a diverse whole foods diet that's rich in fiber, that has polyphenols. Polyphenols are the nutrients that lie in the skins of a lot of fruits and vegetables, and also omega-3s, which we think of like salmon and sardines and fish like that. All of these support a healthy microbiome. And the research does support that a diet that emphasizes that will actually support a better mood and cognitive function. So if we can anchor into like the Mediterranean dietary pattern, that's one of the dietary pattern that comes up again and again in the literature for exactly the reason I stated above. But on the disruptive side to mental health, ultra processed foods, refined sugars, possibly even seed oils create what we call gut dysbiosis. And that's an imbalance in the microbiome that can drive inflammatory input. And so neuroinflammation also comes up because it's inflammation to the nervous system, and it's now recognized as a significant driver of depression and anxiety. So think of it this way: food is your biochemical information, also for your mitochondria, which are the energy warehouses of your cells. But we know now that every cell in your brain runs on mitochondrial energy. And so what you eat actually causes, makes a difference in terms of the fuel that you get to run your body's function, but also your neurotransmitters. So diet isn't just about weight or physical health, it's mental health as well.
That's so impactful because, as you know, this summit is on mental health, and really a lot of this summer will be about mental health and PTSD. But later this year, we'll transition into talking about menopause and lowering your blood sugar and diabetes. But what I've learned just from this summit, I mean, take Angela Romero, for example, there is a massive link between mental health and what you eat. And she mentioned yesterday about the blue zones, and you talked about the Mediterranean diet. And as you may or may not know, one of the blue zones is relating to the Mediterranean diet. So you emphasize and I just want to say one thing about Lori is Lori's focus is on lowering your blood sugar specifically for women that are postmenopausal. And she has a blood sugar quiz that's coming out, or that's live right now. And a
Yeah.
lot of her focus is on ways to lower your blood sugar naturally. And the next question is, you emphasize personalization. Why doesn't a single mental health diet or lifestyle? Because what's interesting for context, I remember when I interviewed Lori and I asked her about a vegan diet, and she mentioned that there isn't a specific diet specifically attributed to women that are postmenopausal. There isn't a specific diet like a vegan diet that's any better. And sometimes a vegan diet can be worse for women that are postmenopausal. So, with that being said, you emphasize personalization. Why doesn't a single mental health diet or lifestyle protocol work for everyone? And what does genetics have to do with that?
So this is where nutrigenomics becomes so exciting. Your genes don't just determine like your eye color, they determine how you absorb and also metabolize nutrients that are critical for brain health. And so I mentioned earlier the MTHFR gene variant, and it basically is a gene that has about 30% variation in our society right now. And what it does is it affects how folic acid is converted into methylfolate, which is the bioavailable form. So folate is essential for a few things, but relative to our conversation, it's essential for making serotonin and dopamine. And someone with this variant may need that methylfolate not in the folic acid form if they have variations in their methylfolate gene, the MTHFR gene. And so this is why, related to mental health, it becomes very important. But the same might apply to how different people respond to dietary fat. Like some people do better with saturated versus polyunsaturated. How about caffeine? Some people are slow metabolizers, some people are fast metabolizers, and even stress. And we know, and we'll talk about a little later, how stress is really important to consider how we handle stress in relation to what happens to us. But you could have, relative to what you were saying, Sam, two people eat the same diet and have completely opposite outcomes based on their microbiome composition. And so this is why it's kind of important when we do N of 1 studies, but you want the N of 1 to be your N of 1 study, to take a look at how your body's responding to the food that you eat. But this is why personal root cause, personalized care is so fundamentally different from the one size fits all kind of protocol that is seen in traditional medicine.
So first I want to touch on nutrigenomics, because we do have a page on the platform dedicated to nutrigenomics at decentmed.org/nutrigenomics. And I met one of the creators of nutrigenomics. His name's Frederick Aberson. And he's explained to me, like you mentioned, about how our genes affect our nutrition and how impactful that is. So being a functional nutritionist and coming from the world of functional medicine, and as you know, functional new medicine is all about the root cause. When you take constipation, for example, it's going and looking at the root cause of what are you eating and going beyond just treating, but getting to the root cause. So when you think about functional nutrition beyond food, what lifestyle factors like sleep, movement, stress, does the research show have the most leverage on the gut-brain gene system?
So I'm really glad, we can talk about this. I think sleep is underrated. I remember being a lot younger and kind of saying, gee, I only need 5 hours a night. But it's, during sleep is when the brain's lymphatic system, which is the part of the system part of the brain that actually clears out all the toxins. So it's during deep sleep that we can actually flush out inflammatory byproducts. So when, especially peri and postmenopausal women, their sleep does change and become a little more difficult, but poor sleep disrupts the microbiome within days. It will also raise cortisol, and it impairs the repair of those mitochondria that we spoke about before. So quality sleep is genuinely foundational. But I also think movement is another non-negotiable. I noticed years ago when I started running, I had this kind of zen after an hour. And I don't know, we read magazines, we didn't have the internet, but the magazines all talked about the runner's high. And fast forward, a number of years, but exercise upregulates something called BDNF, like boy, dessert, nerve, and factor. So brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which is essentially fertilizers for our neurons. And this BDNF, it also, not only does exercise activate it, it directly shifts the microbiome more towards beneficial species. And when there's, that kind of stress regulation that happens, this is where the nervous system piece, gains its benefits. So BDNF is huge, and that's why for people that are overstressed or are experiencing depression or are experiencing anxiety, exercise is also a non-negotiable. Whatever you can do, even if it's just walking. Stress is another, factor, and stress is a sympathetic function. It keeps us in fight or flight, and it suppresses digestion. It dysregulates the microbiome, and it depletes the very nutrients like magnesium and B vitamins that our brain needs to function well. So, using practices like breath work, or maybe doing cold plunges, or spending time in nature can help activate the parasympathetic system, which is the rest and digest part of the nervous system, and it can break that stress cycle. And just to hook back to what I was talking about before, the vagus nerve is where that impulse goes back and forth.
I'm glad you brought up breath work because yesterday that was really the main focus. We had multiple providers talk about breath work, and Scarlett D, who is a breathwork facilitator and a yogi, she talked about breath work and showcased different breathwork techniques. And I feel like today's focus has been how food connects with mental health. So for someone who wants to start working with their own biology rather than against it, what are the highest impact first steps they can take today without needing a lab or a specialist?
That's great. So I always start people with 3 things that cost nothing, and I like to meet people where they're at. So think about this. Every different colored vegetable and fruit feeds a different strain of your gut bacteria. So just having a colorful plate of food equals a diversity of microbiomes, which equals better mental resilience. And the research actually suggests that if we consume 30 different plants a week, which sounds a bit lot, it sounds like an awful lot, but that's actually what you need to get that array of nutrients to impact your microbiome in terms of diversity. Second, I would say protect your sleep window, not just the hours, but consistency, because your microbiome, it runs on a circadian rhythm, just like we do. So going to sleep and waking up at the same time is huge. It literally anchors that rhythm. And third, I would build a daily moment of nervous system regulation. Even 5 minutes of slow, deliberate breathing. I took yoga this morning. I take yoga twice a week. I think about when I'm busy and I'm maybe reading research, that's a good time for me to do deep breathing, or when we're walking the dog in the morning, I might do some deep breathing. But that's something we kind of have to use it. Because listen, we're all stressed. Everybody experiences stress. We all experience it differently. And so I think that the best way to do it is to literally make snacks of it throughout the day. So these 3 things really address, I would say, all 3 pillars of the loop: the gut, the brain, and the gene expression. And it's very affected by our diet and our lifestyle. And I do this before I start addressing testing or supplementation.
And what's the biggest misconception or pushback you encounter when you bring a systems biology lens to mental health, and how do you respond to it?
Well, the most common one isn't this just wellness talk? And, where's the evidence? And actually, I welcome the challenge because the science here at this point in time is robust and it's growing fast. And we now do have randomized controlled trials that dietary intervention is as effective as antidepressant for mild to moderate depression. And people can look up what's called the SMILES trial, which is the one that's being the most cited. We have mechanistic research showing exactly how short chain fatty acids from the microbiome actually regulate the blood-brain barrier and influence neuroinflammation. But the other pushback I get is from people who feel that this approach somehow dismisses the role of medication. And it absolutely doesn't. these are complementary approaches. I actually have a colleague who is a functional medicine psychiatrist, and she'll look at genes oftentimes and look at how nutrition and supplements can pick up the slack while she's titrating down somebody's meds. So she doesn't take everybody off of meds. We're talking about people with mild anxiety or depression. And, I think both have to coexist in the same world. And people that understand the pharmacogenomics side of it can really do amazing work filling in the gaps with supplementation. But, as a functional medicine nutrition, I look at my job to kind of remove the obstacles in how people think about how we use functional medicine, to approach anything, as a matter of fact.
And I'm glad that you brought up studies, because at our core is studies. And at decentmed.org/nutrition, we have your absorption optimization action plan. We have your longevity health plan. And we also have a case study that you did analyzing body composition and using detoxification and insulin protocols. And one thing you spoke about that I think a lot of people are gravitating towards now is intermittent fasting and the benefits of it. So my final question is with that being said, where is this field heading? And what does a truly personalized, systems-informed approach to mental wellness look like 5 to 10 years from now?
A lot of people are talking about what's going on Instagram with getting so much information. So your point about the science is really important. And the Institute for Functional Medicine is always gathering around evidence-based studies, just the same as traditional medicine might. But I would say this is one of the most exciting moments to be in this field of functional medicine, in terms of how we look at the biological symptoms all interacting with one another. And to me, it's almost like going back to the way family medicine used to be back in the day before we were so siloed. And I think, we're moving towards a world where mental health assessment will routinely include, a microbiome analysis, will include genetic panels, maybe even metabolomics, like looking at downstream in your urine, how you're metabolizing your food. And how about mitochondrial markers? Because our neurotransmitters, need our mitochondrial function. So we're already seeing also AI is being used to synthesize many layers of data and generate truly individualized nutrition plans. Even specific probiotics have come to the front. We know now that there are certain strains of bacteria that are missing in people with schizophrenia. So if we supplement with that, who knows? We could take the roof off of this. So, these clinical trials are going on now, and I believe we'll see a shift in how mental health care is delivered, maybe more compassionately, maybe more, personalized. I think we'll see nutritional psychiatry and functional medicine being integrating as a standard treatment alongside therapy and medication. And, as I said earlier, I don't think the future is an alternative medicine versus a traditional medicine. I think it's a side by side. I think it's a partnership.
And that's our goal, is to have functional medicine, alternative medicine working in conjunction with traditional medicine? Because you mentioned in our interview, you said, we want, when someone breaks their arm, they're not going to go to a nutritionist. They want to see a hospital. We have great doctors for that. But when it comes to chronic disease, that's where alternative medicine comes to play. Thank you so much for joining us today, Lori. So we love our advertisers at DecentMed. And as you see here, one of our favorite advertisers is Spectra Spray. And I'm honored today to introduce our next speaker, the owner of Spectra Spray. Spectra Spray Global provides high quality oral spray vitamins and supplements for retail sale and travel, plus nutrition health professional affiliates. Their mission is to provide easy to use, highly effective and affordable health products that enhance the well-being of the general population. Our vision is to be a part of building a brighter future for preventative healthcare for optimal health, positive aging, and healthy and safe travel. And we believe in the mission at Spectra Spray, and that is why on every page of our education platform, you can access Spectra Spray. So Lori spoke today about nutrigenomics and its benefit. And like I said earlier, we have nutrigenomics on the platform. Well, Janet is going to speak about vitamin absorption and nutrigenomics. So with that being said, let's welcome Janet to the stage.
Hi, Samuel. How you doing?
Doing great. Thanks for coming.
That was really wonderful to hear from Lori because you introduced me to her, but we haven't totally connected yet. And so much of what we base our work on is what she's talking about. So it was very refreshing to hear that she has all that knowledge and is connected to a psychologist or psychiatrist that has nutrition background because it's important, really important. So I'd like to start with talking about absorption because people spend a lot of money on supplements and they don't always know. I hope the lighting's okay here. They don't always know if they're absorbing them or if they're benefiting from them. So it's important to know, as Lori mentioned, about the microbiome, if you possibly have malabsorption, and you might need to be getting something like IV vitamins or even our spray vitamins, because so many of the vitamins that are taken now and for years have binders and fillers, and of course some things that we don't want in there, but they depend on your body being able to break them down. So if you have malabsorption or some just like any digestive issues, you don't even have to have celiac or Crohn. You just have to have some type of issue where you're not really absorbing your nutrients. It could be based on nutrigenomics, as she mentioned. It could be that your B vitamins aren't converting because of a variation of the MTHFR gene. So the more you know, the better. Of course, knowledge is power. But what we offer, because I connected with a naturopathic doctor when we created these, what we offer with the spray vitamins, you're spraying them right in your mouth. You're shaking. It's only nutrients in a water solution. You're shaking and spraying. And those cells inside your mouth there, they're called buccal cells, really are a direct resource into your bloodstream. So they do absorb right away if you have absorption issues. If you don't, they're still good. They still absorb right away. So one thing I wanted to ask the audience, I'm not really sure who's here now or who's going to be here later, but do you know if you have malabsorption? If you don't, then it might be a good idea to work with one of these practitioners like Lori or someone else to find out, there's amazing tests now for microbiome, for nutrigenomics, for food sensitivities. And if you work with a good practitioner, you'll do one thing at a time. You won't be overwhelmed. So you read too much and you get really nervous about it, but they try to make it step by step for you. The last thing I wanted to say about absorption is a lot of people are taking liposomal. I personally do take an NAD in a liposomal form. Unfortunately, we can't get it into a spray. And liposomal is helpful. It kind of protects the ingredients so they go into your system. It doesn't depend as much on digestion. But our chemist at Spectra Spray had said to me, our sprays are very similar to liposome because you don't need the liposome and you don't want a lot of liposomes in your system. I don't exactly know how to explain that, but you could probably do some Googling if you don't want to have too many liposomes in your system. So what's the answer if you do have malabsorption? Like I said, either IV or spray vitamins or something. Sometimes even transdermal works for people. You want to keep up with your blood work so you know that if you're taking vitamin D, it's absorbing and your levels are going up. You may be taking something for cholesterol, you may be taking something for hormone balance, but you want to just keep track of those levels and any other levels that your practitioner knows are related to what you're taking and how that might be affecting that. Do you want me to just keep continuing or do you want to ask me any questions, Sam? I guess I should continue. So the next topic I wanted to mention was how to choose supplements. And we talked a little bit about if they're working for you, but most importantly, people should figure out what's the primary thing they're working on. Is it fatigue? Is it sleep? Is it immune? Do they get sick a lot? Is it exercise support? Maybe you're aging and you're having a hard time keeping up with a nice exercise routine. Is it hormone support? So what I like to suggest to people, besides working with a good practitioner, is to start with one, the most important. What's most important to them? Are they having a hard time getting through their day because they're not sleeping well? Or maybe they're sleeping well, but they're getting fatigue in the afternoon and, like Lori had said, going for sugar. We always start with sleep and vitamin D because, believe it or not, we had a quiz on our website for many years, and at least 75% of the people who took the quiz did not know their vitamin D levels. Can you believe that? So I would start there and say, well, check out your D levels, start taking some D, but of course, make sure that you're not taking too much because you want to keep your levels between 50 and 70. The other thing is sleep, and it had been mentioned probably a few times before in our summit, but sleep not only detoxes, but it also reboots everything, your brain, your system, your emotions. So it's really important to get good sleep, whatever you have to do. A couple of solutions for sleep. We have a couple of different sprays. We have one with melatonin, herbs, L-theanine. Magnesium is always important. We don't have magnesium in a spray at a full dose, but I'm sure someone can recommend a good brand of magnesium. Everyone should be taking some magnesium, and there's different types of magnesium every day. So as far as melatonin, some people will say, oh, I can't do melatonin. I've tried melatonin, I get bad dreams, or I wake up and it works the opposite. Probably nutritionally, probably genetics, but whatever. Don't push any more melatonin on that person. So it might be best for them to try something like GABA or L-theanine or tart cherry juice in the evening, things like that, even though tart cherry juice helps your own melatonin produce. We actually have two sprays. We have sleep spray with melatonin, and then we have sleep spray without melatonin, and that has GABA instead. And we've seen a huge rise in people buying that because, like I said, a lot of people are figuring out that it's hard for them to take melatonin. So back to the vitamin D, because that's really important. I'm sure a lot of people already know it's starting to get more popular that K2 pretty much should be with your D3. It not only helps the D3 absorb, but it also makes sure that none of the calcium in your diet or in your supplements are going into your arteries. So it prevents calcification of the arteries. Mention that the levels for vitamin D should be between 50 and 70. That's based on Dr. Hollick. You've probably heard of Michael Hollick. He's a vitamin D expert that's even listed on your blood tests. So when you see your levels, you'll see under there glycoholic, and many doctors will say, oh, 30's fine, 30's the average. Well, when you're looking at blood work, you're looking at the average of millions of people, and they're not necessarily healthy people. But for preventive purposes and for really good optimal aging, longevity, biohacking, you need to keep your D levels between 50 and 70. Some practitioners even say longer. So, I mean higher, but you have to be careful. It's a fat-soluble vitamin. So the other thing I wanted to mention about repleting is, I know it's not something that we handle that much, although we do support women going through menopause or premenopause or postmenopause with sleep and stress and B12 energy formulas, is that you should always know what your hormone levels are doing. And it really takes a good practitioner who knows how to have you do like saliva tests and find out what your hormones are. Some of the doctors will use blood tests and maybe back it up with saliva and just look at the comparisons. But hormones, D is like a hormone too, but hormones are like the root of absolutely everything. If you're not sleeping, as you get older, your progesterone is probably dropping, and you get a little bit of progesterone, you might sleep like a baby. Or that anxiety that's coming during the day, if it's going through your changes and all, the progesterone may help. But don't go out and just buy progesterone. You have to have your levels done. You have to know that everything's in balance. Like everything else in your body, everything has to be in balance. So the last thing I wanted to talk about was a little bit about nutrigenomics. I think Lori covered it pretty well, but I don't know how many people saw her talk, so I might as well just mention a little bit. Everyone absorbs vitamins, supplements, foods differently, nutrients, and your genetics will regulate not just how you absorb vitamins and food, but how you use them in your body. For example, you may have hyperfamilial cholesteremia, it's called, where your body produces a lot of cholesterol. But you may have another gene that keeps it from getting oxidized. Well, that's a really good thing because we need our cholesterol, but we don't need oxidized cholesterol. We don't need plaque. We don't need the cholesterol to do the wrong things. We need it to do the right things. A lot of that is genetic. So then you say, well, what do I do about it? You work with a good practitioner. You try to get to know everything you can about yourself, your gut, your microbiome, because everything's based on your gut. And you either take supplements or you take something to, it might even be a medication. I found out recently going to a really great cardiologist who I just met, and I'm going to invite him to DecentMed. He studied with Andrew Weil, and he said to me, listen, I'm assuming because your LDL is high and yet your calcium score is low and you have no plaque and all of that, you probably have a genetic, a gene that makes the LDL. And there's actually a medication. I don't recommend it because I don't know much about it, but he did say the medication is called Repatha, and he said that actually interferes with that genetic production of the LDL. Something to explore, but he taught me something because I didn't know that. Not all medications are bad. There may be something that helps your body do what it can best for you. When I used to teach about genetics, because I sold genetics for medication, it's called pharmacogenomics. I sold tests for that, specifically with psychiatrists. We used to say your genes are like the gun, but you pull the trigger. So you have a loaded gun with whatever genes you have, but your lifestyle does pull the trigger. And Lori touched upon regulating your nervous system. I do have MTHFR. I do take my methylated Bs. I did my yoga this morning. So understanding who you are and what you need, then you personalize your journey. You personalize your aging experience. Even if you're only 40, things are going to start depleting, and you didn't feel them when you were 30, but then you'll start to feel them. And especially as a woman, if you have less hormones that you need, you're really going to start feeling them. So one of the other vitamins that I really love that we have, and we're able to fit enough in the tube because we can't put everything in a spray, like I said, magnesium, is our folate plus. And it's methylfolate, it's methylcobalamin, so the B12 in the methyl form, if you have that methyl gene, and it also has B6. And B6 helps support the neurotransmitters. So we're really happy that we're able to get the B12 in there and the methylfolate. So those are a couple of our D3K2, the folate. We have a whole range. You saw the picture. There's even more than that. So that's about all I have for today. Do you have any questions for me, Samuel? Oh my God. Are you serious?
Thank you so much for that, Janet. That was very helpful and explained everything. You don't have anything else you'd like to say? Okay. So while I think she has some technical difficulties, so I'm going to showcase her website since she is an advertiser. As she eloquently stated, she has plenty of products: the GABA stress, sleep melatonin spray, iron boosting spray, D3 5000, the B12. And this is the one I was really interested in showcasing yesterday, which is menopausal support, because one of our upcoming summits is going to be about menopause and how women can support their menopause. And Lori spoke about B vitamins, and right here, there's the B12 energy spray. She also has the GABA spray and the sleep stress spray as well. High absorption 3 dietary supplements. So while we're waiting for our next speaker.
I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Janet, you have the floor.
Did you hear my whole presentation? Because somebody had said I was on mute.
I did, but it dropped at the end.
Okay, because she said you're on mute, so I went and changed it. All right. So do you have some questions for me as far as the sprays or absorption or anything like that?
Let's go back to looking at the website.
I did want to talk about the menopause kit. That would be a great segue, and I'd love to be speaking in that one. We created that because we have mostly women who are buying our vitamins, whether it's for themselves or their families. So we cannot give you a spray that's going to help you with regulating your hormones 100%. We cannot give you a spray to help you with libido. We do not have something that you would have to really deal with, a health professional for. But what we call this is menopause mood support. So if you sleep better, it might even help you with the hot flashes during the night. If you have stress during the day and you can spray, and within a few seconds, like maybe a minute or two, you might have a little calming because of the GABA, the B vitamins, and the glycine. And then the B12 can help with the energy on the spot or even in the morning if you wake up kind of groggy. But in addition to that, I had mentioned the Folate Plus. You did get that, right, Samuel, when I had talked about that? You could either use that kit or you could use the Folate Plus, which has just as much B12. And as I demonstrated, you really just spray them in your mouth. You shake them, you spray them. Within a couple seconds, it just needs to get into your bloodstream. So 30 seconds, 60 seconds, it's pretty much absorbed. So a lot of people are taking liquid vitamins, which is also good, But I just want to make sure people realize that they're still subject to digestion because you're swallowing them and they're going through your large intestine, small intestine. They have to be absorbed into your system. So if you're not going to be doing IV, if you don't want to get poked and you want to do something easy or carry things with you for an immediate use, then the spray vitamins might work pretty well for you. Are you still there? Well, we could talk a little bit about vitamin D. A lot of times people think they can just get it from the sun, and typically you can if your body's really good at making it. And there we go with another gene, the VDR receptor, that your body may not make the vitamin D as well as you'd like it to. And then there's also the situation if you're dark-skinned. I'm Italian. I have somewhat dark skin, but if you have very dark skin, African American or Indian or any of the southern countries, quite often your body does not convert the sun into vitamin D. Over 95% of dark-skinned people are deficient in vitamin D. What does that mean? It means that you have to keep track of your levels, and you also have to take your vitamin D and just make sure that you are getting it up and taking enough. Sometimes people can take 1,000 milligrams and some IUs, and sometimes people have to take 5, and sometimes people will take 50,000 a week, as doctors will give you something to try to get it up quickly and then get a blood test done again. So that's about it. I thank you, Samuel, for having me be able to talk a little bit about the spray vitamins and absorption, and would love to come on your show for the menopause support when that's time.
Yeah, I'm here, Janet. I thought you were going to go to the buzzer. Yeah, I thought you were
Okay.
going to go to the buzzer.
All right,
but
I wasn't sure. And then I unmute. Now when I muted it, then I didn't hear you either.
Oh.
So do I have more time then? It's 4:25?
Yeah, you got 5 minutes, but if not, we can just continue to go through the website so that
Yeah, why don't
people
we
can-
do that so you can show people, because there's so much there.
Let's start with why spray.
Good idea.
So the science, highest absorption, up to 5 times better absorption than pills and capsules. Oral spray vitamins have the highest absorption compared to any other vitamin intake. What does this mean? And here are the results. Can you touch a little bit more on these results?
Sure. Part of what I had said is that when you take pills and capsules, your body has to break down binders and fillers. So you're really trying to use your stomach acids and all that to break those down and then extract the nutrients. So with spray vitamins or with IV goes right into your bloodstream, really injected into your muscles. Or no, I'm sorry, IV goes into your bloodstream. But if
Yep.
you're getting an injection, like people go for weight loss programs and they get B12 injections, that goes into the muscle. And I'd like you to make sure if you're getting something like that, that it's not cyanocobalamin. Because if you do have any type of methyl gene, then you want to make sure you have methyl. And a lot of those injections are cyanocobalamin. So it's all because of delivery system that it goes into these little cells in the mouth and directly into the bloodstream.
You know, one of the reasons why we wanted to work with Spectra Spray is that when you think about this industry, obviously providers and coaches are important. But just like with traditional medicine, you have your MDs and then you have your pharmaceuticals. And I think in the holistic world, if we want to get away from pharmaceuticals, there still needs to be a product element. Obviously, what we're doing with herbs, but I also think that supplements are very important and vitamins are very important. So that's really why we wanted to work with you. And what I like about what you guys are doing is that it's novel. It's something that is, we all talk about take your daily vitamins, but we never thought about taking your daily vitamins and essentially like a lozenge. I apologize if I'm pronouncing that wrong, but in like a spray form.
Right, right.
So-
And a lot of people don't understand it. So I think they look at it and say, what is that one dose? You know, because it's a tiny little thing. A lot of times you'll get vitamins in a big jar and you'll open it up. It's only half full anyway. But there's a lot of binders and fillers. There's very little needed for the nutrients. I wanted to mention too that when we deal with people that have any medical issues, we never try to treat or prevent or cure or do any of that. We like to have them work directly with their health professional and get as many tests as they can to find out what they really need. So they're not just throwing supplement on supplement on supplement.
So for those, I want to play one of your testimonials. So pick, which one do you want me to pick?
Why don't you pick the doctor? He is
Okay.
a wonderful
Hi, my name is
nutrition
Dr.
oriented.
You hear it? By the way, let's just make sure you can hear it because we had some audio issues before.
I'm a chiropractic at Back to Health Chiropractic and Wellness Care here in Wayne, New Jersey. And I want to talk about a little bit Freeman. Hi, my name is Dr. Freeman. I'm a chiropractic at Back to Health Chiropractic and Wellness Care here in Wayne, New Jersey. And I want to talk about a little bit about the supplement Spectra Spray.
I just want to make sure everybody can hear this, right?
I could hear it. It's kind of light, but I could hear it.
Okay, let me see if I can play it on my phone. That might make it easier. I'll time it.
You're good. Or you could play the one next to it, me playing pickleball.
Freeman, chiropractic at Back to Health Chiropractic and Wellness Care.
That's
here in
good.
Wayne, New Jersey. And I want to talk about a little bit about the supplement Spectra Spray. And I want to kind of introduce it because I think it's highly effective. And how I knew it is because I was initially highly skeptical about it. And after giving some time and thought, I decided to pursue it and try to compare it with the lab work. That's how you kind of know if it actually absorbs well in your body. So I tried vitamin D as my initial tryout, and I went to the lab, do it myself first, and went to the lab, tried the levels, and actually it showed significant improvement, and I was highly happy about it. And then I tried with vitamin B12 as well, the spray, and it showed also very well good results in the lab work. So, and I decided to take it further to my practice because if that works on me, it should work on everybody else. So I introduced that product to my patients. So I'm highly happy and highly recommending this product from my Back to Health office. I'm a chiropractor, Roman Craven. Thank you so much.
You know, it's funny. The
Thank you,
skeptics
Samuel.
are always the best reviews. Thank you so much for joining us today, Janet. Like I said earlier, you can visit her at spectraspray.com, and all of our education pages feature Spectra Spray. Moving on to, I just have an announcement from yesterday. We had a lot of great speakers yesterday, and it really came down to 3 speakers for Speaker of the Day. with everyone's focus being on breath work, I definitely want to give that third place slot to Scarlett D. Scarlett did a great job at explaining not only breath work, but showcasing 9D breath work and how it helps with mental health. Our second place speaker, and this was very, very close between our second and our first place speaker. She really blew me away, and her page on the platform will be live very soon, and that is Sheila Assembly Crum, featuring the Feldenkrais method. But there is only one top spot. And I think what took it over the edge was the fact that she focused on her family and gave a great example that hit home with her son that has mitochondrial disease and how he embodied how happiness is a choice and hope. And with that, we're going to bring up to the stage Bethany Stone. Bethany, thank you so much for joining us today. And you can find...
Thank you for having me here.
You're very welcome. You can find her at thrivingbynature.com as well as decentmed.org/mindset. So, Bethany, how did it go yesterday? How do you feel like it went?
I thought it was such a great summit. Like, I felt like it was so many people talked about so many things that were just so fulfilling. It was a great summit.
You know, and with your son having a mitochondrial disease, and you spoke about happiness is a choice, and you spoke from his perspective. But as a mother, how did you feel going through that?
Lots of crying and lots of studying nutrition and so much studying how everything affects our body, from the soap that we use to the cleaners that we use. Everything affects us. And when you have somebody that doesn't have any type of a health barrier or buffer, it was crazy to see that it really affected him so quickly. So it was really a lot of studying and crying and living it with him. But at the same time, I grew with him.
100%. I mean, I couldn't imagine. And I know there's a lot of mothers in the audience, and I don't think that they could imagine. And just what you see now as a 19-year-old who's still a kid. I mean, 19 is pretty young, but what this disease has done to him, where it's matured him so much faster that maybe he's 19, but he has the maturity of a 23-year-old or a 25-year-old, because most young people don't go through adversity at a young age, and him going through that adversity matured him more.
It really did. And I think it actually matured me more. I think when you go through anything that is difficult, anything that is really, really hard, and you're able to keep a positive perspective. This is not the only talk that I give on perspective and happiness is a choice. But it's one that I think is very relatable, especially in the health world, because it ended up being health that we really focused on to help heal him. But your perspective and the way that you think about things and the way that you perceive things can literally determine what the outcome of your life is going to be. And there's a really interesting story about these two girls, and I can tell you a story. Are you ready for a story?
I am.
Okay. So this is a story about we'll tell it first and then you can decide what it's about. These two girls, this is a fairy tale, by the way. They lived, in the woods with their mother, and their mother said, I need you to go get some water. And the one girl, she goes, oh, I would love to go get you some water, Mom. So she goes down to the creek and she fills up the bucket full of water. And while she's there, there is a really hideous, ugly, cranky old woman she just smells yucky clothes. And she goes, would you please give me some water? And the daughter goes, okay. She doesn't even see what everyone else is seeing because her heart is so kind. And all she wants to do is serve from her heart. And she gives this lady some water. Instantly, she turns into a fairy princess. Well, this fairy princess says, because your actions are so kind and your words are so kind, whenever you speak, beautiful things will fall from your mouth, like diamonds and jewels and rubies. So the little girl runs home. She goes, Mom, Mom. And when she did, beautiful things fell from her mouth. Well, the other sister was not as nice. And she goes, what? Well, I want nice things to fall from my mouth. Get out of my way. I didn't want to get you water anyways, Mom, but I do if I get a reward. So she runs down there. And there's the same ugly old witch that's all crinkled up and yucky. And she's there and she does the same thing. Would you please get me some water? And the sister goes, ew, get away from me. Get away from me. I don't want to be with you. I don't like you. Go away, go away, go away. And poof, she turns into a fairy princess. And she said, because your actions and your words are so rude and mean, every time you speak, yucky things will come out of your mouth. And so every time she spoke, she had frogs and mud and spiders and snakes come out of her mouth. And she ended up running away and never to be seen again in the forest. Now, what do you think that story is about?
It's funny because unfortunately she didn't get to speak today, but it reminded me of Priscilla, who focuses on thoughts become things.
Yes.
And the idea of what you say becomes your reality. And our guest speaker today touched on that as well, Chantel Smith, where the way she likes to put it is, from what you say is what you profit. And it's interesting because when you first spoke, I didn't know you were going to bring up the other little girl because it made me think of having childlike wonder and how a lot of times as we get older, we stop having childlike wonder. We stop imagining, we judge more, we see the yuckiness in the world more than we see the beauty in the world as we get older. But when you explain that the other girl is also a child, it made me think of the second part, which is thoughts become things. And a lot of times, like you brought up yesterday, when we operate from a place of gratitude first, the universe tends to reward us. But when we operate from the place of, ew, I don't have, and this happened to me, and blah, 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 well, now it becomes a serial effect. Now you continually have bad things happen in your life because you never stop and, have and breathe and realize that I'm grateful. I mean, look at your son, for example. He had this at 15 years old. I had a pretty good life growing up, but it wasn't until I got older that I realized how grateful I was. Going to private school, having two parents, not having any kind of diseases throughout my life. But we don't realize that typically until we see someone like your son. And now we realize like, oh, wow, I do have it good. So but that's kind of my perspective on it.
Yeah. And it's very true that what you act and how you act and what you do is going to reflect in every aspect of you. It's going to reflect with your language. It's going to reflect with your thought. It's going to reflect with your body language. And we talked about that your mind and your body are connected. And when you are able to shift that, and when you're able to have a different perspective, it will shift your body. It will shift your words. It will shift everything about you in a way that you can align in a way that you're actually going to be successful. So many people are so frustrated. And I think the biggest words that I hear in my coaching practice right now are overextended overwhelmed. And it's weird, or unaligned is another one. People are saying they're not aligned with what their vision was anymore. And they don't know how to get back that vision. Like, where did we walk off this path? Where did you walk off the path, and why did we take a couple steps off, and how did we get back on? And is that by correcting our thoughts? Is that by correcting us? Because sometimes it literally is as simple as taking a step back and remembering that we have to pause. And there are so many great breathing techniques and breathing exercises that happened yesterday. And with that, we realized the power of the pause. And that is the beauty, because it doesn't matter what kind of breathing techniques you're doing, as long as you're having that pause, because that's where the power lies, in reframing, in readjusting, taking that step back so that you can realize that this is the path I want to be on. I don't want to be yucky, because when you are yucky and yucky things are coming out of your mouth and your body is feeling yucky, guess what? Nobody else wants to be with you either. I mean, I'm sure everyone has had those people that you're like, their vibe is off. I just do not think I want to hang out with them right now. And that happens.
100%, that complaining. And it's interesting when you brought up the unaligned, because when you think about the idea of corporate burnout, and there's two schools of thoughts in corporate burnout that we focus on our platform. There's the vagus nerve side of it, which is utilizing acupuncture to calm the vagus nerve. But then there's also the mindset side of it. And there's looking at it where I am grateful that I even have a job in the first place. So with your work, talk about corporate burnout and how you help people in corporate burnout.
So that has been an interesting thing, because that's not actually something I was planning on doing. It just kind of found me. And sometimes you have to pause and be like, oh, I guess I need to take this step over here, because these are the people that are reaching out to me. So when you're dealing with corporate burnout, it is you are living in survival mode. You are continually on this path, always doing the same thing, always the same thing consistently, and you're losing yourself. And you have no joy. There's just, you feel empty. And it doesn't matter how much sleep you get, you don't ever feel rested. Everything feels tired all the time. And it's not that you're not doing things. Like, that is the biggest misconception. You are doing all the things. You are writing the emails. You are showing up. You are doing all of the things. But yet you don't feel fulfilled. That is literally what corporate burnout is. It's not that things are falling apart. You are lost. You are not centered anymore to who you are. And when that happens, you have to realign and take that step. And sometimes, and that's really where I come in. And even when I do corporate workshops for businesses, it's very much so. They will come to me and they'll be like, there's some type of communication or time management. Can you help? And we'll create a plan. And then I'll do a workshop and I'll create the curriculum for their specific company. And we'll do workshop questions and we'll start implementing. Because sometimes you just need somebody from an outside perspective that is a master in observation to be like, okay, let's take all these pieces. Let's take a step back. Let's pause. And then let's move forward. Because I think the biggest thing that we do as humans is we really like to bang our heads against that wall and see if we can make it move. And it's not going to move. Sometimes we have to stop banging our heads and take the step back and realize that the door is right 2 steps over.
And I think that's something that's helped me in my personal life, because obviously I learned a lot from all of you. I've learned about diet and I've learned about exercise and lifestyle from Lori and Dr. Volner. But the biggest thing I would say I've gotten from everyone on the platform is from you and Priscilla, and that's mindset. Because 95% of success comes from this. And I think a lot of people don't realize that. They think that I can just be a millionaire by working my butt off. And obviously hard work is part of it. But if, you look at the professional leagues in sports, for example, only 450 players are going to go to the NBA. There's a lot more than 450 players that play basketball that are professional level. So to an extent, when it comes to professional sports, mindset gets you there. Now let's talk about sales. Well, sales is a lot like sports. So if you look at shooting 3-pointers, the best shooter of 3-pointers is Steph Curry, and he shoots 42% forever. That's his lifetime percentage. That means that 4 out of 10 shots he's going to make, 6 shots he's going to miss, but he keeps shooting. And I think that's something that people need to understand with their mindset is I need to keep shooting. I need to have the mentality of how can I progress? And as a Montessori teacher with 20 years of experience, how have you seen with your clients going through the no's or the missed shots, if you will? How do you keep them in a state of, I need to keep shooting?
You need to understand, and I think that it's little things that we forget. Honestly, we know, but we get stuck. We have to realize that the growth is in the messy middle. That's where the growth happens. When it's not fun, when it's hard, when we don't feel like we're growing anymore, but we keep showing up, that is when the growth happens. It is literally in the messy middle that those things can move forward and can make a difference. That is the place. That's the spot. So many people are trying to, I don't know if you've heard this expression, but they try to build their airplane or fly their airplane before they build it. And there's a lot of pieces that have to happen on an airplane to be able to make it so that it's can fly. So think of our lives as, we want to be able to fly our airplane and reach their goals or our destination. But there's a lot of pieces that have to happen, and you cannot fly your airplane without building it first.
That makes so much sense. And I think people need to understand that. Just like when they say Rome wasn't built in a day. I mean, a lot of times as I'm building this platform, I realize that, we're not going to be a millionaire overnight. And I can't beat myself up over what I haven't done. I need to look at what I've accomplished. And I think that's something that a lot of people don't do, is a lot of people will go on social media and they'll see what they haven't accomplished instead of acknowledging what they have and acknowledging what they've done. I mean, going from where we were last year to where we're at now, just financially as a business, what we've done with these summits, instead of looking at some people didn't show up and, whatever it may be, it's like, no, look at it as a positive, as people are advertising on this platform. And, I think that's something that people need to understand. And I just want to give one quick shout out, or not a shout out, but an announcement, is that the recordings of this summit will be available on More Active. And our next speaker is a partner of mine. I'd like to say a friend of mine. Don Hoskins is going to break down the platform extensively, and he's going to showcase how you guys can access the recordings of the platform from More Active. With that being said, Bethany, how has More Active benefited you, and what benefits do you see in More Active, and what are some things that you wish that we could do better with More Active?
I was so excited when that platform, like when we had the first meeting and I got to see that platform. What an amazing platform to be able to send people, to be able to put your information, for people to be able to book a call with you, to be able to have everything hosted in a nice package. It's beautiful. You can put in your expertise, you can put in your testimonials. They can search up what they need, they can find you. It's very beautifully done. And I think it's going to be such a great utilized tool in the future as well.
I completely agree with you. I think that more providers need to understand when it comes to more active, it's not getting lost in the technology of it, but it's understanding the utility of what it can offer your clients. What I find in providers is that providers are not tech savvy because they don't care about the technology. The technology is not where they got in this field. A lot of them, as you've seen today, I mean, we have one provider on our platform that used to live in a cave in Sri Lanka. I mean, that is, and obviously that's an extreme example, most of you being in the States or at least in a first world country. But still, what you need to understand from that is how close providers are to being not tech savvy. But what Dawn is bringing and what More Active is bringing you is an entire ecosystem that you can offer to your clients, whether you're a nutritionist or not. And this summit was focused on mental health because I think mental health is important to touch on before we get into diabetes and menopause and different diseases that we're going to touch on later the year. I think that mental health is something that people take for granted. And my question for you when it comes to mental health is how have you seen your clients improve their mental health, and how important is having a positive mental health in having a successful business or having a successful life?
I think what you need to do is have a lot of tools in your toolbox. And as the world is changing, as things are changing, if you do not have different coping techniques, if you do not have these things in your backpack or toolbox or whatever you need, when hard things happen, you're going to collapse and you're going to crumble, because being a solopreneur, a business owner, whatever it is hard. And there's a lot of weight and responsibility. And if you do not have the tools to help build you, you're not going to be able to climb that mountain.
And that's a great point because it is hard. And I think that's something that every provider on our platform would certainly admit is that it is climbing a mountain to get to the top, especially for people that are solo income. I know a lot of people on our platform might be double income, but when you get to that solo income, it is. But having a positive mindset, and she's not here right now. She's our first speaker, Caroline, and she might be one of our best speakers of the day today. She mentioned about what you said, which is being happy for the glass. And I think a lot of people are not happy about the glass. They look at it like the glass is half full or half empty. Can you talk a little bit more about that analogy?
Yeah, I can. We often, well, here's another really quick story, okay? 16 years old, my house burned down, and I'm from a town of 1,000 people. And when you're 16, possessions mean a lot to you. That is like your whole world. There's 6 kids, 7 kids. How many kids are in my family? There's 7 of us. Anyways, so I have 6 siblings. And it was hard because the only fire department was volunteer. And so the only thing that was left was a roof. When you have nothing and your friends are giving you things, like they're going through their closets to give you their best school clothes, and you have every church, regardless of the denomination, is coming over bringing your family laundry baskets of just toothbrushes, underwear, socks. It changes the way that you look at everything, because I didn't care about any of this stuff anymore. I was so grateful I had my family. When you lose everything, you realize what the most important things are, because it's not about the nice clothes and all the stuff that I lost or had or whatever. It's just that I'm alive. It's that I have my family. It's that I have hope. I have a future, and we can rebuild. Those are the things that you have to think about. And When you rip everything apart and there's nothing left, what are the most important things to you? You know, and when you can really know that, that's when you can have a real perspective shift.
Mm. And perspective is everything. Perspective is absolutely everything, because you've had a lot of, I mean, that's the thing about Bethany. If anyone ever meet her or have spoken with her, I mean, some of the things that have happened to you, you were a single mom, your house burned down, your child had a gastrointestinal disease, but you would never know any of this stuff because you are so positive.
Well, I think that I'm just happy because it's a beautiful day. And I'm hanging out with my mom today, actually. That's why I'm in the car. Like, she called me, let's go hang out. And I got asked, yes, this morning I was asked to co-host a podcast with a great friend. Like, there's so many things to look forward to. And if we always focus on the yuck, we're going to turn into yuck, and yucky things are going to start coming out of our mouths and we're going to be all grumpy. But if
Yep.
you focus on gratitude, and there's 3 layers of gratitude, and I teach on this, but there's surface gratitude, which is things that we can see. Grateful for this, I'm grateful for that. The second layer of gratitude is, identity, it's growth gratitude, actually. Growth gratitude, which is, I'm grateful that that happened because I grew of that. This challenge was hard, but I grew because of that. Now,
Mm.
the third layer of gratitude is called identity gratitude, where you are grateful for who you are because you're able to do the things that you can do. When you have identity gratitude and it just layers up, it changes. I'm grateful for every experience that's ever happened to me because I know who I am. I don't question it. I know what I'm capable of. I don't question that. I know who I can help, and I know I'm a really good teacher. I know, these things, and I don't question. And when you can go through life without that question of, what do other people think about me? That goes away. You don't have to have that. You don't need those questions. You don't need to have the doubt when you know. And you're grateful for it.
Such powerful words. And that's how we're going to close it. Bethany, make sure to come to our roundtable in about an hour. And with that being said, let's bring up our next speaker. Before we bring him up, I do have to say that the recording of this summit will be available on More Active. So I highly encourage all of you to set up your account. I'll work one-on-one with all of you so that you can do it. And let's bring up Don so that he can give a demo, explain More Active more, and really explain why you should even care about using it in the first place. And Don, if you need to add another screen, I'll add it up to the stage. You just want to press present or invite button, and that way you can add that second screen.
Okay, I'm not seeing that. Give me a second here.
There's a lot of people in the room, so you have to scroll. You might have to scroll down a little bit.
Okay, I see the present button.
Mm-hmm.
Share screen. And do I get to pick the screen, I assume?
Yes, sir.
All right, I think I got it. You should be seeing my screen now.
Yep.
All right, perfect. Well, I appreciate the opportunity to speak and show what Sam and I are creating. And, the whole premise behind this is creating an opportunity to connect people together and to share the knowledge of these amazing people, but also create an opportunity for you to better deliver your information, your philosophies, your ideas, and your strengths to your customers. So there's 2 different levels that we're going to talk about in this conversation. And I do encourage anyone to put in questions in chats, and we'll make sure that we get those answered. I'll probably present for somewhere between 30 and 45 minutes, and then we can open it up for questions and get those answered, because I expect that there will be some questions. So there's two sides to this equation. First of all, we have two different links. One that's a link that is creating an opportunity for you to join the application as a consumer, or submit a bio and some information to create a profile for you. I will put this up in the chat as well, but this will be information that will be valuable to either the person who wants to try it out, or the person who wants to come in as one of the professionals in our network that we're creating. So in the application itself, to give you a little bit first on the provider side and the technology side. First of all, it's a HIPAA compliant platform. It has a tremendous amount of education in the platform. It's also 100% white labeled. So you don't see the name More Active or DecentMed anywhere in the application unless you're in that particular grouping. But it's all powered by DecentMed and the professionals that are inside of this organization. So the look and the design and the feel and whatever your message is that you want to present to your individuals is completely unique to you. You can still be part of the DecentMed network, but have your own branding. And just to show you a couple more options to that, this is the NFL alumni, which is the retired NFL players, and they use the theme of the locker room. And so you can have any kind of a background image, colors, any kind of information that you want. And then these slider pages that we call them on the left-hand side are designed to promote what your services that you provide to your customers. And we have anything that touches wellness can be part of our site. Mental wellness, weight loss, chronic disease management, performance, as you can imagine with the NFL group, a lot of them are interested in staying active and staying in performance. Here's another example of deep need massage, which obviously is a single massage therapist that has built out this site and does her scheduling and all of her information, and also delivers the rest of the components to wellness. Massage is one piece of wellness. But there are many other things that she doesn't have the expertise on, like nutrition, like workout programs, and those can be delivered by her with her brand that support all of her customers and making sure that they're living their best life. Another example, Fit Living Academy. Again, different imagery, different group, different colors, different background. So we want you to be unique. We want you to have your own personality come through in the website and be able to be part of a group. The other thing that I would mention, and I'll address this later, is you can be part of more than one community. So what we find is that certain professionals like to work with other professionals. And so you can invite a different professional into your community if you don't have that expertise. So you might have a chiropractor that you like to work with, or a nutritionist that you like to work with. You can invite them to have their profile on your application as well, and then deliver their information to your clients, because your clients potentially will need their expertise. But you're then referring them right out to somebody that you trust and that you want to work with on a regular basis. And again, another one, this is Max Biohacks. That does a lot of assessment, and we'll get into DNA assessments and blood work assessments, and all of those are all part of the platform as well. Some of our customers like to be just simple. They just like to have a login page where they have a members section on their website that links to their login page, and that can look any way that you want to make it look as well. Those images could continue into your internal environment, but they can also keep it simple. And again, it's completely up to you. So going back to the technology side of it, so it's a multi-tenant environment. You can have a top-level community and as many child communities under that that you want. What I mean by that is that you could have a physical location of corporate office, and you could have 4 or 5 or 17 locations, physical locations underneath you. And all of the people that belong to those locations have expertise of one kind or another in those different locations. And even the content that you put into them, each of those locations can be uniquely different. They can also be completely different branded. So you can create a network, as well as you can create your own individual file, and you can invite experts from other groups as well. So then when you get to this page here, which is the main page of signing up, and again, I'll get you guys the, let me go ahead and put those in chat while I'm thinking about that. So you can sign up on either one of these or both. So if you wanted to test it out as a consumer, you're more than welcome to do that. We know we have a great product. We have utilizing this in many different professional organizations, from corporate wellness to health clubs to weight loss clinics to massage therapists to chiropractors. All of those are available opportunities. Again, really anything that touches wellness makes sense to be on the platform.
Yeah, Don, just a quick question for you.
Yeah.
So with the summit being available in the content library,
right,
I think that's something that a lot of our providers are going to want to see, because I think a lot of our providers are going to want the recording, right? So can you show how someone can add to the content library, what our content library is, and if let's say the content library is already in there, how someone can pull from it?
Okay, perfect. All right, so I'm going to log into the application. So right now we talked about basically the entry screens and what you would be presenting to your customers. In that first screen that we were just on, you can create an account by putting in your email and password and first name, last name, and etc. And that'll then create an account for you. Once you have the account created, then you have the ability to log into the system. If you have management permissions, you log into the management section first. And we have a very granular management system also as far as the permission structure. So you can give a nutritionist access to the nutrition piece. You can give somebody who's your front desk greeter permission to a limited part of the information. And so we control all of that. But answering Sam's question, when you come in here, you can also go to what we call the member view. Member view has the ability to establish what zip code or what time zone that you live in. So if you are working with people across the country, that is all categorized, and everything will show up in the appropriate times in the calendars. More specifically, to answer Sam's question, is we have a tremendous library of information. We have a lot of different providers that are putting information into the application, and as those come in, as a provider or as a community, you can decide to share some or all of your information to the DecentMed community. Obviously, we hope that there's going to be a lot of people that are sharing, because that just makes the database and the whole library available for other people to be able to access, much more rich. So underneath the resources, first of all, before I get to that, I want to also make a very important part of our application is when a client logs in, and we do have a desktop version and an app version. So everything that you see on the desktop version also has an app version of that. But everything that happens when a person logs in is going to be 100% unique to that person. So we learn through machine learning, through artificial intelligence, and through what person selects as their interests or their challenges, of what information is going to be delivered to that individual person. So inside of that, as they pick areas that they're interested in, or workout programs or nutrition programs, the information then becomes customized, in this case, to Jacob Smithson. So under resources for Jacob Smithson, there's articles and videos, there's video lessons, and video lessons would be typically a doctor talking about a specific area that they wanted to emphasize and how people could deal with different issues that they might run into. And those are typically videos, and they're typically more than one video put into what we call a video lesson. And those video lessons can then be put into what we call action plans, which we'll get into later. But when I open up any of these videos or these resources for the video lessons, there's typically a doctor that is talking about a subject, in this particular case, life transformation. This happens to be a 12-week program. And so people who join this program go through one lesson at a time, which you can see in the left-hand column. And if you've completed a lesson, it gets checked off. You can, as a clinician, decide that you want people to see them one lesson at a time and they have to follow a specific sequence. You can have support collateral material as PDF files that might go with the lessons. And those are very, very nicely put in here where people can go through and learn about any topic, whether it's managing type 2 diabetes or chronic disease of another kind or depression or whatever it might be. We can have all of those happen uniquely for this person that's logging into this account. An additional area of that is the articles. So we have thousands of articles available inside of the system. So these are articles that are coming into this client, 6 of them that they have not read yet. If you go to the My Articles piece, there's a lot more articles that this person is coming in based on the topics that they have selected and interested in this case, meditation and cardio exercise and eating issues. And then you can see at the very bottom of this page, these are completed articles that they have already completed. We also have the ability to put in a quiz at the bottom of all of these video lessons, action plans, or articles, so that we know that somebody understands the content. So if you're working with a client or patient, you want to know that they watched the video on understanding diabetes instead of clicked video play and went and fed their dog. So it does give you the opportunity to follow up with them and to make sure that they're following a plan that you have in place for them. The other thing that we help with the video, with this library is, let's just, as an example, somebody goes into the doctor's office and they find out that they're a type 2 diabetic for the very first time. First of all, they're in shock. They didn't understand how that happened. And now they're wondering, what's wrong with myself? What's going on in my body? Well, in those video lessons and action plans, you can actually give them pieces of information that they need to know to manage diabetes. A typical clinician typically has between 7 and 13 minutes to work with a client. And if you're fortunate enough to have one that spends more time with you, congratulations, you found a good one. But they have a limited amount of time. And there's no way that that clinician can tell you everything you need to know about managing type 2 diabetes inside of that first visit. But through these video lessons, they can teach you information that you might learn one article on day 1, another article on day 7, another article on day 52, along with video lessons interspersed in between those. And so there's a lot of content that we put into the application to make sure that people understand everything that they're going to be dealing with whatever their issue is. And it could be a goal issue like losing weight, or it could be, I want to be a better soccer player. All of those things can be addressed inside of the application. And again, very unique to the one individual that's logging in. So going back to the today's page, which is the page that everybody logs into as a consumer, all the information that's coming in here is going to be coming in unique to the individual user. We do track with a lot of different wearable devices. This is all my information, so I'm not violating HIPAA on anything that I'm showing you, because I'm welcome to show this information to everyone on this call. But we track with Garmin, Fitbit, Apple Watch. We also have a product called Withings that's fully integrated into our application that has a blood pressure cuff and a weight scale. And the weight scale measures lean muscle mass, hydration levels, weight, of course, and a number of different things. And all of those measurements come into this individual's file but also available where they can, manage their own information. And if I'm a clinician, and we'll get into this a lot more extensively a little bit later on in this meeting, we have a very extensive client management tool. In the client management tool, we have a fully HIPAA compliant telehealth where you can invite people into a telehealth call on their phone or on their desktop computer and manage everything from remote patient monitoring to chronic care management. Can all be done in that client management section, which we'll get into in a little bit more later. So the premise behind this is if somebody has a challenge of any kind or a goal, it's never easy in the world of wellness because there's many different facets that go into achieving that goal or managing that chronic disease. And we're trying to simplify that message down to the full reason why we have everything that's on this page is completely unique to this single individual person. So on this page, once they've selected their interest or their challenges, we start delivering information to them unique to them. Our clinicians can have information very much spelled out with what they're trying to promote to their clients as well, so that the information that's going directly to their clients can be very much pushed to them by the clinician that they're working with. So inside of here, in order to simplify that, one, it is unique information just to this person. If there's an article that this person isn't going to help them and has no benefit to them, why would we send it to them? And why would we clutter their page with that information? However, if they have information that we want, we're simplifying that the only thing the client needs to concentrate on, and there's a tremendous amount of extra and more information in the application that they can go when they have some time to go explore articles, etc. But the only thing they need to do is what's in their today's activities. Inside of today's activities, the clinicians build out the plans that we call action plans. And the action plans are based on what you're trying to accomplish. And it's going to give you things to do each day. So you log in on a daily basis. And from that, it's going to have an opportunity for you to do journaling. So I can say, I'm feeling happy today. And it takes me to then where I can write notes on why I'm happy today. And you said the last presenter was talking about it's a beautiful day outside. I've actually tormented my kids with opening up the blinds in the morning and telling them that exact statement. They know that I'm always trying to be optimistic and trying to have the best of the day I can. But in here, your client can type out what their mood is and why. They can say that they didn't have great sleep last night, but their energy level is good and their stress level is very good. They don't have any stress today. And their soreness level, because they just started a new workout program, is pretty bad. And so they can write all that information that the clinician can then see without needing to call the client to find out about that information. And then all that information gets tracked in the day that they put that in. And obviously this is a demo account, so I have not kept up with this specific account, but it is giving the opportunity for the client to be able to put in how they're feeling and how they're doing in that day. Additionally, inside of that day, you can see they have a workout. This is an upper body and lower body and a full body plan that they have. We have home workouts. We have gym workouts where you're doing exercise by exercise on equipment. We have follow along videos where you're doing rubber band exercises or boot camp style exercises. And those might be timed for 30 minutes or 45 minutes or an hour. All of those video types are going to be available based on what a client is trying to accomplish and what their goals are. There's a very extensive meal planning. We have 15 different meal plans, actually 16 meal plans, because we just added one yesterday, inside of the database that either a clinician can push to a client because they know based on the visits that they've had with the client which plan is going to be the most effective for them. Or if it's self-driven, somebody just joins your site, they haven't talked to you yet, or they're in a corporate wellness environment and they're an employee and they've never met you, they can self-administer all of this information based on what they select inside the system. And then last but not least, we offer the opportunity to put in a photo of why are you doing the work? What is making you do the work to stay or be healthy? And that could be from the doctor, that the doctor is going to say you don't get in shape or do better, or you're going to be a shorter life. It might be your grandchildren. It might be your children that you want to attend their wedding, or whatever the case might be. Whatever your inspiration is, you can put an image in there and it'll constantly remind you why you're doing the work to accomplish the goals that you're working on. I talked about that all being part of an action plan. You can see the far left column is an action plan, and this particular person is doing prediabetes and diabetes. So all of these green dashes here mean that they've completed everything in their today's activities for those days. If I have one that's not done, I can either complete that 3 days backwards or 3 days ahead. If I want to go ahead and read some articles that are in my tomorrow, I can do that. So just as an example, I'll show you when I click on one of those incomplete days, it'll then tell me what didn't I complete. Well, I've already completed the workout, which was a follow along Stroops or rubber band exercise that was 32 minutes long, but I didn't log my meals. So in here, I can log my meals. And then once I log my meals for that day, and then refresh that page, you'll see the 3 red dashes there. Well, then after I come back to it next time, or if I refresh my page and go back to another page, you can see that now turned to a green dash, representing that I've completed all of the work that I needed to do in that day. There's also notes that can be put into this consumer on a daily basis. As an example, we know when somebody just starts a brand new workout program and they haven't done any working out or resistance training, they're going to probably be sore on the second or third day that they have completed their workouts. So we can talk about delayed onset muscle soreness, and that's normal. And it does go away after a few days and possibly a week of time. And for them to keep working and keep training to the best that they can, and the pain and that they're feeling will go away. So on this today's page, that gives you a little bit of an overview of what's available. We do have the ability to create a news. So if you have a community of weight loss or a community of any other type of issue, you can put in, like this case as an example, they're going to do a Thursday evening, healthy cooking with black bean salad and spoonful. So all of those things can be put in by the clinician. They can have somebody, either themselves or another expert, run those meetings. It just creates community. And community is important, and your brand is important. And all of this keeps your brand in front of your clients, because every time they're logging into either the app or the desktop version, they're logging into your brand. And so obviously another very important part of this is keeping your brand in front of your customers. And I'm going to quickly show you how the app works so that you can see that it's bringing in all of the data from the desktop, or the app is all going to be matched around that particular customer. So these are various customers that we work with currently that have submitted an app in both the iOS, which is Apple, and Android, which is Google, into their stores. And if you log into any of these, it of course keeps that same branding that you have. And you do have the ability as a clinician to create an app in the App Store, delivering all of your information to your client base. And that comes in, of course, with the branding that you want. So if I go into Complete Fitness, you can see that it'll be a complete difference in brand, and the colors and everything else will come in by the customer. If I go into any of these, I'm logged in as the same Jacob Smithson, as you can see by the image that I wish it was me, because then I would have hair again. But you can see in here where I can go into the nutrition, and it'll show me how many meals that I have logged. I didn't log any today. What I did just a minute ago was 2 days ago. If you recall, it was not the current day. but it'll give me a full recipe of what I'm going to be consuming for breakfast. I have the ability then to see the nutritional analysis of that breakfast. We color code these, and the reason I put this one in here is green means that it matches exactly to your carb, protein, fats, and calories that you should be consuming to reach your goals with the least amount of effort. Red means that it's further outside of the range. It doesn't necessarily mean that you shouldn't eat it and you're going to die if you eat something that has a red dot in it. It just means it's not going to get you to your goal as fast and efficient as you want to. We have almost 5,000 meals in our database with all the nutrient values connected to the USDA nutrient database of every one of those meals that you can see. We have the ability to go into any of these meals and look at the overview and see what saucepan to cook it in, what temperature to set the oven, what ingredients you need to buy at the grocery store. And of course, it does create grocery lists based on how many days you want to shop for and gives you all of that information. But if I log my breakfast, it'll then allow me to log that meal. It'll then show me that I've eaten 526 calories out of my 2,052 for the day. And as I continue to go through the day, that's as easy it is for me to log my next meal. So I can simply go into the bottom part of this, log my lunch, and then that information and all that nutritional data will go into my population, into my platform, and collect all of that data for me and my clinician to be able to watch and manage that as we're going along. So back to the today's page. This is where everybody logs in, as I mentioned. This top level navigation is all available for your clients to explore. It's not something they have to do. It's something that they will probably enjoy doing because they're going to get a lot more information about managing or finishing out in their goal. I've mentioned action plans a couple of times. So we have action plans. Well, this individual is in here for diabetes and hypertension. And you'll see that when we go back into the client manager. And so those are coming up at the top automatically based on their issues that they're dealing with. Other action plans that you can add in are sports performance, longevity, lupus, osteoporosis. You can have weight loss. You can have all different types of action plans. You determine as a community which of those action plans you want to make available to your customers. If you don't like our hypertension, you can hide it. We just give you a tremendous amount of initial information that you can utilize the application from day one and be able to become a profit center literally immediately. We do have a wholesale model. So there's a low price that we charge to our experts, and then our experts will almost always mark that up some level. So it becomes a profit center for them because they're going to be spending the time putting their content and their information into the platform, which makes it more valuable to the client. And so it is a profit center opportunity, as well as the ability to make it your philosophy and your information that you want to your customers. And of course, the branding. Then on the today's menus, I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to finish out the goals. So we have action plans that a certain person can go in and look at any of these plans, and they can read all about what they're going to get in it by clicking learn more. And then if they decide to join them, they can join it. This plan, as an example, is 90 days. This one is 30 days. This one's 75 days. You can have a single day plan that if you just want to teach somebody a specific lesson and you want it to be in one day, you can do that. So all of those are built by the clinicians. You can use other clinicians' information that is available to you, which is why we're creating this network to make it more well-rounded, that it handles any type of issue that someone might be managing. And then below that, we have a product that we call Body Vision. And Body Vision allows the consumer, and again, this is private, no one else sees their information, so they don't have to be embarrassed about where they might be, but they put in their height, their weight, their chest, hip, and waist measurement, and it'll create a model of where they are right now. And of course, they can put in their skin color and their body shape and all the things that will help them create an avatar that matches what they look like currently looking into the mirror. And then it'll develop out a 4-phase application to how they can accomplish whatever goal they put into the application. So this person's starting out at 31% body fat, and they would ideally like to get to 12% body fat. Our system will tell them that they can do that by October 7th of 2027, if they're doing the current plan. Every Sunday evening at midnight, in our system, it runs what's called a cron job. And that cron job analyzes how they're doing on their diet and what their activity level is. So those dates of when they can accomplish that goal can shrink, or they can go out further if they're not getting the work done. And so they can constantly see where they're at and how they're doing. And of course, they can update their status. And if they update their status and it surpasses what's in phase 1, their current model will move over with all the new measurements and the body shape. And then they'll be on phase 2, and then on phase 3, and then on phase 4. So that application keeps them motivated and understanding to what they need to do to accomplish their goals. And then the inspiration photo upload is there also. And so you can put any kind of an image in of your family or your spouse or whatever that inspiration might be. On to the nutrition. We have a very extensive nutrition module that delivers everything from how to make the meal, how many calories are going to be in your specific dish. It can have any number of meals, up to 8 different meal options. Eight meals in a day. So you could have multiple snacks and multiple meals, or you can have 3, or you can set it up where you're doing it based on, waiting a certain amount of time before you eat your next meal. All of those are available in here, along with the 16 now meal plans that are available in the application. And so you can see in here, we have everything from vegan to 3 other vegetarian meal plans. We also have Mediterranean and zone and ketogenic and low carb that are common plans. And a lot of people are getting into the peptides, and specifically a lot of people into the GLP-1s and tirzepatides and things along that line to help them with weight loss. We can have high protein because one of the things that you experience in a weight loss program is the need for not losing your lean muscle mass. And again, if you don't believe in peptides as a clinician, you can hide that profile or that meal plan from ever showing to your clients. If you do want to have the ability to offer peptides, that's another option that we have connected to Compounding Pharmacy, where you can get exceptionally good pricing on the peptides and resell them to the customers as well. In the meal plan, we have everything down to, as you can see, pictures of the image. You can adjust the meal plan. You can customize the meal plan. I can open up the nutritional facts on this meal plan. And more often than not, as I showed in that other view, this one has all 4 green dots. And what that means is the calorie amount, the protein, carbs, and proteins are exactly matching the client profile on what they should be eating to reach their goal in the quickest possible way. Obviously, we also have other things like the caloric amount that this person's going to be consuming, the fat, the carbs, the proteins, the fats, the vitamin C, the calcium. All of those things are listed here. Most clients go in here 1 or 2 or 3 times and never go back, but it is nice to have, if you're a clinician, that you can talk to people why they're eating this way and what they should be looking for, what they should look for on labels. All of those things are part of them understanding their goals and what they're trying to accomplish. And then customizing a meal. That dinner doesn't sound good to me, or my chicken or my fish or whatever spoiled in the refrigerator. All of those factors come into play. So somebody can come in here and they can search for a different dinner. And so if I'm coming in here and I want to find a different dinner, there's 114 pages of 25 meals per page. And you can see here that we start out with all of these green dot meals that are matching the carb, protein, and fats that this person should be eating. And if I go out to page 73, it's going to red dots. And if I go to 33, there's yellow dots. And so all of these can be selected based on the individual and hopefully finding one that's all in the red dot area. Then they can narrow that down to say that I'm looking to go to PF or to get chicken. Or I can simply put in that, hey, I'm craving PF Chang's, some dish that I have there. Let's see here, cuisine type, Chinese needs to be there. And so I can come in here and I can search for any of the different meal types or any of the different field things that I might be searching for, and it'll bring in all the meals. And again, here you can see the green, the yellow, and the red dots. So I'm hopefully going to be picking one of the solutions that is a green dot meal for this particular individual. Along with that, we do have the ability to select and get groceries. This is for the list for the May 26th through June 8th. So it gives you all of the different options of what you would need to have for that particular timeline, of what you would need to have available in your refrigerator or your pantry or whatever that might be. We also have the ability to view upcoming meals, because when you're going to be shopping for your groceries, obviously you might come in here and say, well, this is what my site is recommending, but I don't think I like this idea for the turkey lettuce wraps on that particular day. You can click on that. It brings you to that day of 6/8. And now I can go in and I can change out my lettuce wraps for another meal by just hitting my customize and then changing that meal type out. You also can select meals as favorites. If you selected a meal as favorite, you can very easily select out a different dinner where I can go in and say, I want to put in my tofu and I want to add that meal instead. And now it'll drop that in for my dinner. Looks like it added an additional dinner here. So I clicked the wrong button there, but you can see how all of that works, bringing all that meal information. And then when I log a meal, first of all, I have to go to today's date, today's menu. If I log a meal, you can see that it very easily makes it recognizable that I've completed that meal and I have successfully logged it. If I want to unlog it, I can go back and unlog it. Maybe I changed my mind or I didn't log the right meal or whatever it might be. So I do have the capability of managing all that information. And just for time, I'm going to kind of skip through a couple of these. And again, you can ask questions about more information on here, but all of this information is available along with the workout program. Today is a rest day for me, so I can go ahead to find where my next workout is. So this one is another follow along rubber band. And these are actually encased rubber bands called Stroops, where this video is going to be 32 minutes and 27 seconds. I can play this video and listen to all the exercises. Full screen, or I can project it through television. So that's available for the individual to decide what's the best way for them to deliver that program. We do have gym workout programs, which would be exercise by exercise, and that goes all the way down to what weight I should be lifting on every exercise based on the brand of equipment that I'm lifting that on, and what my gym might have available for me to utilize. So all of that then gets picked out of the change workout. We go through PAR-Q, which is called Physical Activity Readiness Questionnaire. And once I get through that, I then determine what type of programming or exercise that I'm looking to do. Is it gaining weight? Is it losing weight? Is it performance related? Or we do have a video camera where it can actually put your phone with your camera facing you, and it'll actually walk you through an exercise program and coach you. If your legs are too close together, it'll tell you to move them to be shoulder length apart, or you're not squatting deep enough, or any of the other different things can all be done and tracked and scored so that your trainer, if they're not working out with you in that moment, can actually see how well you've done it and how many repetitions and that you completed all of your exercises. So it is a great way for physical therapists to utilize the platform because they can do a post-surgery rehab stretching program as an example, or any other type of strengthening program that they might want to introduce. So all of that's available in the workout. quickly, I'm going to go through challenges, but you can build challenges based on anything that's tracked inside the system. And that can be anything from steps to caloric burn to, water intake. All of those things can be tracked. And individuals that coming in here can put in their own information. If they want to share their name, they can. That's all because of HIPAA compliance, so that we don't have the breaking that HIPAA compliance of privacy. So you can put in a screen name, which this person did as just putting their first name in as Jacob. But you can see all of the other people besides myself don't have the ability for me to understand and know who that person is. So it is HIPAA compliant. Resources, we kind of touched on this at the very beginning, along with articles, videos, and everything else. We do have the ability to search for clinicians. So many of the presenters that have been part of this 2-day series event will be available here, where you can see them and select and view their profiles. So if I go into any of these profiles, I can see their expertise. I can see any testimonials if they've put any in of what success stories, which they do have at least one and a couple. And so here are some testimonials from some of her clients. These are very valuable, because what happens is if somebody has a testimonial and they come in here and they're trying to lose weight or they're trying to do something, they'll look at these testimonials and they'll say, well, if she could do it, I can do it. And so they're very good to add into your application. Along with that, I can add this person as part of my care team because I really trust their information and I like what I'm seeing, and I've gone to a visit with them that I can schedule in here as well. And then I can also bring in forms, and in those forms, I can create forms and asking for a birth date and email and phone number and all the things that I want to get. And if they're already a member, I can give them that same form, like an annual wellness visit form as an example. And our system will actually score all of those and then identify where there's things that you need to pay attention to and how they are ranked, and based on the way that you put the questions in there. But in one click, it'll create a client file for that practitioner, for that individual, based on the way that they answered all of those questions. If I'm going to schedule an appointment, this person has the expertise in these 4 areas. So if I want to do a stress management course or class or appointment with them, they have one available for 60 minutes and it's $120. When I hit continue, it gives me the option to select. Obviously, we're in the last days of this month, but I can go into June and I can see all of the times that that person is available for me to do either a virtual, or if I live in that geographic area, I can do an in-person visit with this person individually. And then all of those come into your program. You can see in this white bar, I have the ability to message my clinician. So if I click on that, it'll then give me anyone that I've associated as part of my care team. So these are part of the doctors that this particular client is working with. And so I can do a message to them, or I can schedule an appointment with them. So based on the people that you've put into your care team, you can schedule the appointment. Takes you to this page where you can then click on scheduling that appointment with the client. And all that's done either on a phone or the desktop at whatever works for them. So I know, as you can see, we capture a tremendous amount of data. And in that data collection, all that comes into underneath their profile, their health data and history. So inside of here, I can come in here and I can see what my weight looks like. And so I can actually see in the last 7 days, I've been gaining some weight or losing some weight. But I can also look at the last 30 days. So I can see that over time, in the last 30 days, this is what my profile is looking like. And so all of that information can be put in here where I can see it over 60 days. And so it gives you the ability, and them the ability, to see how they're doing. And so over time, I started out in this particular scenario at 179 plus pounds, and I got down to as low as 168 pounds. and then I have increased that weight. And most of that is because I've been doing quite a bit of water intake today when I weighed myself, because I've got a very long bike ride that I'm trying to hydrate for and make sure that I'm fully hydrated before that bike ride later on today. So all of that information gets tracked, and there's a lot of information here. So if I go into my nutrition data as an example, and I'm going to switch over to a different community, which will also give you the opportunity to see how the branding can be completely different. So I'm going to go into here because I have a little bit more information in here. So if I come into my health profile here, and I go into my blood panel as an example, you can get your blood lab done. In this case, it's a finger stick. Doesn't have a lot of measurements, but any measurements that you have tests done for will show up here. And again, using green, yellow, and red, we know if it's perfectly in range, it's green. If it's close to or slightly out of range, it's going to be yellow. And if it's red, pay attention to it. So all of this information is going to come in here based on this particular individual. And so I can track all of that. So if somebody is managing, in this case, resting heart rate, I already just said I'm a cyclist, so I have a very low resting heart rate, but you can see over time. But if somebody's resting heart rate gets elevated, so this morning it was 39 beats per minute, but 4 days ago it was 47. Well, that meant that I was overtraining for that particular time period, where you can see it's rising from 43 to 46 to 47. Most people will have a much more drastic change in that, but this goes down to anything that you're wanting to track. So you have nutrition, you have steps, you have everything that you would possibly want to have for this particular individual person on what you're tracking with this individual. I'm a little limited on time, so I'm going to go ahead and go into the management section. So this is going to be more for the clinician side of the equation. So if I'm logging in and I have management level information and my credentials, I can see more things in here. And there's 4 different categories: expert, admin, content, and marketing. And you can have a person that only has access to marketing or only has access as an expert. You control all of that based on the way that you set the permission structures for the individual and what you're giving them access to. One of the things that the companies really like is this communication piece. So everyone who logs into this page, this is what they see first. So if you wanted to send information, news about a new employee that's joining the team, about something bad that happens and how we should fix that or not do it again, consistency in delivering is everything if you have a staff. And so you can teach them through news, through video lessons, and through articles to keep them up to date. So if you read an article on managing diabetes and you want your people to see it, you can put it in here at a management level, because that article might be way above a consumer level in what it's talking about. So this is a place where you can put in information to educate your staff, because the only people who see this is your staff. The what's new is what we're working on as a company in building out this application, what tools we might be building or what things that we might be doing. So that's the first screen that comes in. What I want to focus on for this last few minutes here is everything on this application is modifiable. So if I go into the content area, and then I go into the nutrition programming or the workout building or the content that I wanted to add some articles, all of these articles come into the application, and as a clinician, I can say, hey, I really like this article or I don't like this article. And just by that simple one click, that article's no longer available to my consumers. We also have different levels. So any article that a company puts in comes in at that top level, the scope of company. Anybody who comes in as a parent, that means that a top level community above them has put in that article. And if I scroll down to outside into the longer pages, it will bring in what we call global. and global is what our company or the different experts that we put in. And so to answering even further to Sam's question early on, this is the library that we're creating that's going to be available for all the people that are part of the DecentMed network and would be in your available operation as well. And I do want to emphasize that, we hope that everybody shares their information with the global, but you can have an article that is only unique to your community, and you just save it that way. So you can save it to the top level or make it available to the top level or not. The other part of this that I want to put the last few minutes, I got another 9 minutes here before the top of the hour, is the client management area. So I'm underneath the expert drop down at the top, and then the client management feature is what is built in here. So all your clients can be in here. And so you can create any type of status that you want. You can put them in whatever color button and whatever color text button that you have. So you can create people as enrolled or lost patients or prospects or whatever category that you want to put them in. You can set those categories. Once they become an active client, you can then go into that client file. And this is where all of the data gets kept in a HIPAA compliant environment, where now I know everything about Donna Garcia in here, and the information is client centric. So if Donna Garcia is working with 2 different specialists, each time that a specialist puts in information or changes information or adds a different pharmaceutical product, all of those things are shared with the next clinician the next time they log in. So we have remote patient monitoring and chronic care management. We know that Donna Garcia has hypertension issues, and we know she has diabetes, because those are the CPT codes or the ICD-10 codes that we're tracking that get put into the system and create a Excel spreadsheet capable file that can be then submitted for insurance or Medicare payments to be coming out for that particular client of everything that's happening inside of this practice. You can see I've clicked on chronic care management. Inside of here, I can then click on start video call. That launches a HIPAA compliant telemedicine call. I don't know if my camera is going to allow it to come in because of how I've not used this streaming studio. Okay, I guess it is. At least it's going to show it in a very slow capacity. But when Donna Garcia joins, she takes the top screen, and I come down to the bottom corner because I certainly don't need to see myself talk. But this right-hand side of the screen, your client does not see at all. So you can change and type information like your SOAP notes, where you can put in your subjective, objective assessment plan, diagnosis, patient instructions. You can upload information if they've given you information like a DNA report or an exercise. We are pulling data from electronic medical records as well. But you can see that I can come in here and I can add in a different issue, neck and spinal problems, and their diarrhea and their arthritis or their acne is no longer an issue. So I can change all of that on the fly, that they cannot see me changing it, but they might have just mentioned that they no longer have an acne problem. So all of that information is available. I can end this call anytime I do. It'll track the time, which triggers the things like CPT codes. Every 20 minutes triggers another code. That all gets track of inside of our system and then can be billed to Medicare after they're completed with the system. I mentioned forms before. These are forms that are built into our system. This particular form is an annual wellness visit. If I go in to see when she completed it, what date, what time she's completed it, I can see how she's answered all the questions inside of this form. And you can see they're also color coded. So the yeses or the greens means that they're good. The dark green means excellent. And so you can categorize up to 6 different levels. And if I wanted to know where the problem area was, I can click on high risk and it shows me where that problem area is very quick and very easily as a clinician, that this is something I need to pay attention to with this client. And the next time that I call them, I can talk to them about it. I can type in any kind of comments and information from that call here, based on whether it's an annual wellness visit or you're coaching them for weight loss. All that information can be put in here and then kept track with this particular client, Donna Garcia. And I got 4 minutes left. I don't see anyone that's typed in any questions in comments, but if you do have any, be happy to answer those questions. If you do have any questions that come up, and I know that they have a roundtable coming up in 4 minutes with the various clinicians that have been doing the different seminar speeches. So hopefully you've learned a lot in this last 2 days, and you can learn a little bit more in those roundtable discussions. And I don't know if Sam's still in the meeting here, that he might have any questions or comments that he wants to add. Sam, are you there?
Yeah, surprisingly, nobody is in the room. And I think, like I said to you before, I think the only way that our providers are going to care is when we show them that everything is going to be more active. So
Right.
we're going to have to twist their arm a little bit to get them to start taking this more seriously.
Okay.
Because, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it is disappointing that you've been speaking for an hour. I messaged every single provider on our platform, and none of them are in the room.
Well, we want to make sure that we'll take this part out of the recording.
Yeah, definitely. You're completely right.
But yeah, I mean, everybody's busy. It is Friday evening. Probably a lot of people are already off to their next party or whatever it might be.
That is true. That is true.
So maybe we need to just schedule our end date on a Thursday or a Wednesday so that we get more people to stay and to participate. But there is a lot of great information that I was able to go through in a lot more detail than they've been able to see. And having that video available certainly will be valuable to them. And you can push that out to them and say, hey, you guys missed a great introduction and detailed view of the more active. And I would also suggest that we get somebody to edit these videos. And
yeah, that's what I was about to say. What I'm going to do is I'm going to edit this out of the summit completely and add this to the YouTube library so that they can all see it on YouTube alongside the other video series. And then what I'm going to do is all of them that aren't on the platform is I'm going to meet with every single one of them individually so that I can onboard them and maybe even watch this together. Maybe even you and I react to this video in a future time.
Yeah, the other thing is I've listened to a number of the different people talking. There's some great presentations. You got some good people that are part of this network. So, coming at it from that perspective, I think that it would be a good idea if we were to have somebody with video editing go in and cut them all into individual sessions and put them in as a whole session, but also put them in as individual sessions and maybe do some type of a entry screen for each of them that says that this person's expertise is sound, or this person's information is, dealing with bad events in life. I think it would be really positive to have them all as separate, that anybody can go in by topic and find a video that is related to that topic, because in our system how we break out everything to interests. And so if you had a presenter that was presenting on chronic disease of diabetes or sound or whatever it might be, or stroke, we can actually put that video inside of stroke, but make it only available to the managers, to people who have management access. So that one dashboard screen that we have, that would be a great place to put those in, list them all, but also put them in by category.
I completely agree.
You
Because you're right.
You have some good presentations. I probably
We did.
watched about 6 of them. In between meetings, I tried to not schedule anything for yesterday and today so that I could watch them. But yeah, there was some really good meetings.
I completely agree.
Well,
And
hey, it's a bummer that nobody stayed late, but it is Friday afternoon. Well, I guess we'll have to give them a little bit of slack on that, but it's still disappointing.
it is. It is.
Hey, we got it recorded, and now it's something that we've got a literally an hour-long video that you can send out to people when they say, what is the more active platform? You can send them this video.
Yeah, exactly. Especially for the new people.
Right.
That's
That's what I mean. The new prospects.
Yeah. Because we added 2 people this week, and I could see Debbie possibly using this. The other lady that we added, she was a little bit skeptical about the nutrition because she operates outside the fray of nutrition, so she really didn't want to associate herself with nutrition at all. So she didn't like that it said like nutrition and workout plans. So she wasn't a fan. But the other one,
Well, keep in mind though that she can hide every one of our plans and create her own.
oh, she can.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, that's
Yeah,
different.
yeah. So when you're coming in here and I'm in the admin right now. I'm going to go to content. I'm going to go to nutrition. Here's the meal plans. If I say, well, I don't believe in ketogenic, I just hide it.
No, not that. Go to member view.
Yeah, well, what I want to show you here before we go to member view is I can
Right.
go into GLP-1 weight loss, and I can push that to a client, or I can go in and view any of this information. Clicking the wrong icon.
I just want to show you what she saw though. She didn't see all this.
Okay, well, that's why I'm showing you is it she can select if she doesn't like she wants to build a vegan plan. She can build a vegan plan in our system. She can add in any one or all 54 of our different ethnicities. She can determine how many calories go into each of the meals by percentage. So if somebody has 2,000 calories, they're going to get 23% of those 2,000 in breakfast. She can put in any kind of dietary tags. People like spicy foods or not. And then when you get to the meal plan side of it and you go into the nutrition, yeah, you can. She would be thrilled if she would spend 15 minutes me showing her how much flexibility that she has to deliver this to her clients.
Well, so let me show you what she said, and then I want to touch on what another provider said
Okay.
about it. So yeah, so the thing is she didn't like seeing nutrition at all. She wants nutrition to be completely ghosted. She wants all that to be like not even there, because she does energetics, which is the antithesis of nutrition. So she doesn't want to see nutrition at all.
Is that a supplement brand or?
No, that's the name of her business.
Okay.
And it's like intuitive eating. Like she focuses on the gut brain more than the nutrition side. And then I want to touch on another provider said, I have go high level. I don't really need the platform. Well, it's free, but what would you say to someone that already has go high level and thinks, well, I don't really need it. I don't really feel like I need what you guys are doing. What would you say to that?
Well, from what I am understanding from people is we have everything that they have and more.
Mm-hmm.
So, we have scheduling, we have content management, we have the ability to, access and trigger CPT codes and ICD-10 codes for billing. I think that if somebody actually takes a look, and what I would do is I would try and get a meeting with her, we can do it in a 15-minute meeting where we can actually show her, because the nutrition that